available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
O'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA-STL YouTube channel. And Doug, they are talking about it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel this morning. The Steelers not picking Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, he's pretty upset by it, too. He said, we all know what happened shouldn't have happened here. But I only watched part of the NFL draft.
What?
I was focused on some ice hockey.
Good show prep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you,
CC, this guy didn't watch the draft.
Doug, you probably are going to be good to us today.
Well, I would hope so, yeah. Boy, what I saw in the first period, that was about as good as a hockey team could play.
I kind of agree.
That set the high water mark on how good the Blues can play when everything's clicking. They got the energy. They got the crowd behind them. When you can dominate the President's Trophy winning best defensive team in the league to that extent, you got to think we're hot now and we might just win this baby.
Wow.
You can't play any better than that in the first period. I don't know that you could keep up that intensity for an entire game, but they darn near did. And hopefully they've got Hellebuck flustered now because he looked bad. To have him yanked is a nice thing.
Did you like his puck handling behind?
He's not good back there. He's not good. Tomer took it away from him, and Bucci made him pay.
And then he doffed his own imaginary hat?
Yes, he did.
Did you like that?
I didn't mind it. I liked the whole thing.
Tim was right about everything. Let's go Blues.
Okay.
That's in the 618. I guess we can give away the text of the day at 7:01.
Let's wait a little bit.
Well, if we can leave, I say let's do it.
Onboarding starts at 7:05.
Sometimes on Fridays, Tim, they like to start early.
You can get involved on the program. 3-1. Oh, Jackson's flustered. I saw the hand in the air. I don't know what happened, but I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Jackson, what's wrong?
Well, I just can't hear anything out of my headphones.
Oh, no.
And either. I've tried now 2 different headphones, and I can't hear a lick. And if there's honestly one person who needs to hear the things that are being done here, it's me. So this is tough. But, you know, please.
Might have been told we could have checked that half an hour ago.
Oh, thanks, man. Always support. You guys. Just please, can everyone please continue?
Where's there more
Okay.
problems in the
Here
room
comes.
right now? This room or the
Look at the
Winnipeg Jets?
assistant
I don't
captain.
know.
Kurt has handed over headphones.
See if this works. Is it a headphone issue or is it a jack issue?
How about that? Yeah, no?
Jack issue?
That doesn't work.
Remember Ice Cube's jacking for beats?
No,
You like that?
no.
It's kind of a criticism of the rap game right around 1989, 1990. We'll talk about that with Joey Vitale. He is on the Stiefel dossier today, and that conversation will wander, but it'll be beautiful. I always look forward to the Joey Vitale Friday conversation
me
here
too.
on the Morning After, but even more so after a Jim Dandy last night at the Enterprise Center. At 8 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier, the foursomes for the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament presented by Michelob Ultra go on sale on 101ESPN.com. The golf tournament May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Put your foursome together. Make sure you book it because some were booked in advance. And so you want to make sure you get your foursome for the festivities. Get your foursome together because you get complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra, and you also get to enjoy Texas Roadhouse on Thursday after golf and Super Smokers on Friday after golf. Registration open at 8 a.m. 101ESPN.com. Our charity partner this year, the St. Louis Hero Network, in honor of Brian McKenna, a charity Brian worked with for years before his passing in March. That's our charity partner in honor of Brian McKenna for the Dotem, the 2025 Dotem, making its glorious return after a year off last year. We go to Oak Valley Golf Course. Book your foursome, 101ESPN.com. That's at 8 o'clock. Joey Vitale at 8:15. Let's take a listen to some of the magic. Jackson, how are you? No, we can't do it.
We can. I just won't be able to hear a thing. Martin, do you have that jack I gave you by chance?
Oh, no.
It's okay. It's okay. I can play the audio. It's fine.
Can you run one of those over here?
No, I'll just play it. I can play it. Here we go. Here's the first 2 goals by Pavel Buchnevich.
Okay.
Perico holds it in. Buchnevich center. Miss Thomas. Now Fowler with a shot. Rebound. He scores! Pavel Buchnevich snaps the stick to the glass. It bounced off his leg, I believe. And the St. Louis Blues have taken a 1-0 lead. 48 seconds into the first period. Fowler holds it. Passes. Thomas in the circle. Backs up. Deflection. Score! Pavel Buchnevich. He's got 2. Under the bar on the deflection on a great feed from Thomas. Power play goal. 2-0 St. Louis. 16:49 to play. First period.
Okay,
And
they're the
just
first
like
2.
that.
Okay.
Okay. Doug,
Yeah.
you said it, I think, to Jamie Rivers about getting that first goal. And I understand if you're a player, like, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't define the game. But I just felt like the way this series had been going, now you're back home. Give those fans, because if you don't score first, then everybody gets a little tense. The building gets a little quiet. And then they do it within the first minute. To me, it just kind of
Sets a
flipped the-
tone.
It flipped the switch and it never went off. And then in the third period, I just didn't want to see a bunch of cosmetic goals. I didn't want it to be like 7-4, 7-5, because it wouldn't have mattered. I think it was two things. You wanted to win for sure, but I think also kind of dominating them is a different vibe than had they won in overtime or a fluky goal in the third period. That was an ass kicking.
Yeah, there was nothing lucky or fluky about that. They were a dominating team. They played about as well as you could ever hope for your team to play. I thought that disallowed goal was kind of a big moment.
That was big.
Because
agree with
I
you.
thought that was in.
I 100% agree with you.
You know,
How could it not be?
I don't know. We got a real break. We'd be hopping mad at that going the
Yes.
other way.
Yes, I did not think it was from the initial angle, and then they had that net camera, and when I saw that, I'm like, oh, okay, 3-1. What are you going to do? It's a goal. And when they came back and announced it was not a goal, big break. Bernie Federico was talking about that both in the intermission and also in the postgame show, how significant that moment was, because if the Jets were feeling like they would have any opportunity for momentum, that deflated them.
I don't know what they were looking at necessarily. I know they supposedly they said, well, we couldn't see the goal line because his glove blocked the view from the camera. Well, you know where the goal line was, and you know where his glove was. I mean, we'll take it.
The whole point
But
of
I was stunned
replay
by it.
is to get it right. And then they take 5 minutes, and we're all watching saying, yeah, we're rooting for the Blues, but that's a goal.
Yeah.
Everybody watching, I believe, was saying the same thing. And then they come back, no goal. I'm like, oh, there's our hand pass. All right, we'll take it.
I think the stat that stands out to me most would not be the score, would not be Fowler's 5 points. Buchnevich, who gets a hat trick but is the second star in the game, how often will you see that, is the fact that there were 128 hits in the game. 128 hits in the game. Sweet mother of mercy.
About half of those were on Josh Morrissey,
They
poor
were all
Winnipeg
for him.
defenseman. Neighbors had 9 hits in the game. That's why I said I'm not sure you can keep up that sort of intensity for an entire playoff run. Maybe you have to if you're going to win it. Maybe you do, because that was certainly the formula for the Blues last night. Just try to run over them.
Who's your villain, Doug? You always have to have a guy on the other team that you hate. Is it Stanley or is it Lowry right now? They're kind of messing with Snuggerud.
There are a couple things, and I realize we're looking at it through the lens of being, all three of us St. Louisans and pulling for the Blues. Don't get me wrong. But I'd like to think if it's a ball, I call it a ball. If it's a strike, I call it a strike. If the Blues were ganging up like 2-on-1, especially on a guy who 3 weeks ago was playing college hockey, I'd be like, kind of a bitch move. And that was the move last night for him. They were 2-on-1ing Snuggerud of all guys. I mean, it was like, what the hell? And then last night at the end of the game, they were 2-on-1ing Nick Leddy. I mean, that's just, it's not really.
It's not that impressive, is
Right.
it?
It's exactly what I would do. It's not that impressive.
I'm sure they were frustrated and just wanted to pick on somebody, land a good punch or two.
Well, they were specifically going after the younger guys, trying to antagonize them. And then at the end, it was just like, okay, we'll pick on Nicoletti. It was just a really...
And Foxa got punched in the face a couple times, too.
And he's got sandpaper somewhere?
He did sandpaper in his game.
He looked like when you saw his face, like he didn't care.
Bright red.
No, nobody pisses off the opponent quite like Nick Leddy. Said no one ever. He's the most just kind of like low-key, does his job on the ice, off the ice, and all of a sudden, like, he's the target. But I felt like when it was Snuggerud, the Blues actually did seem ticked off. And that Buchnevich, in addition to being a goal scorer, he's always a little feisty.
He'll pet the cat the wrong way.
I love that.
He is always just, he was the guy going in. Can they get him going? Can you do anything? But in addition to scoring, you watch him, he's always pushing, shoving. He's always a little bit hopping mad.
Yeah, plays with an attitude. And I guess we can stop worrying about Robert Thomas, whether he's okay or not, because he played well, got 3 assists, didn't play as much. His ice time was down about 5 minutes or so. But, maybe that's the right way to use him.
Somebody said to me, if you saw him at the morning skate in the room on Monday in Winnipeg, walking around versus Thursday at Enterprise, walking around noticeably better.
Oh, God bless. The 2 days off maybe, man.
Yeah, and what degree is it? Is he 70% as opposed to being 60 on Monday? But they said it certainly seemed to help him because they said, had you been in Winnipeg watching him, you'd have been surprised. Boy, that guy can suit up and play. I think he's definitely grinding through the pain. And, man, I'll tell you, that Fowler goal, that was as pretty a goal as you'll see. Just the whole execution.
Thomas to Fowler.
The third goal, and Tim Paps, Phil Malik, the gang at Midwest, when they went back to break it down.
I'm glad you're calling attention to that.
It was kind of like a John Madden telestrator. You're like, oh, wow. Because in the moment, like, oh, Fowler scored. That was sweet.
And it almost never works that way.
And when they showed it, you're like, wow, there's an outlet pass. He's over, and then Thomas sees him, and they lose Fowler in the play. The execution of that was really beautiful.
The execution, both from the Blues standpoint and the strategy, then Thomas getting it to Fowler, but then you're right. I thought the FanDuel Sports broadcast, for them to show it the way that they did in the replay, highlighted just how brilliant the strategy and execution were. So major tip of the cap there, because that then drove home. Because just in the moment, I'm like, boy, that was a sick pass. Who was that? Oh, it was Thomas. And then they replay it and go back, and you see how it was all executed. A thing of beauty. I'm curious, and Bernie Federico and Alexa Dat went back and forth a little bit on the post game. What is better or worse, depending on your perspective from a mentality standpoint? In other words, Federico was like, sometimes you would almost rather lose like the Jets lost 7-2. He was saying, sometimes 10-0, you just kind of like, that's easier to take than losing 1-0, which is kind of the way the Blues lost the first two games. I realized the outcome of game one was a 2-goal game. Those of us watching know there was an empty netter, and that the game-winning goal was scored with about 90 seconds left. Same thing with the second game. The score indicates how close that game was. But when you're dealing with a goaltender with the track record of psychological weakness in the postseason, and a franchise with the track record of psychological weakness in the postseason, I wonder if this stomping, and also Hellebuck just flat out, I mean, take your pick of whatever goals you want. The criticism in Winnipeg is focused on him this morning, and it was during the game as well, that this perhaps could damage the mentality of a team that had to feel like they were in full control. It's one thing if they lose 4-3 and it's like, okay, they got the Blues' best effort in their first home playoff game in 3 years. Not a big deal. That was a stomping from the moment that thing started last night. And when you have a goaltender with the psyche that's as fragile as Hellebuck's, that is something I am going to be awfully intrigued to see on Sunday afternoon when they take the ice again.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you wanted that narrative to creep back into their room. All right, you had a great season. What are you going to do? And if you watch the game, that's clearly a team that was frustrated. Mm-hmm. We talk about them going after Letty or and at the end of the game, you knew it's predictable. In a blowout win, there's going to be push and shove, and you know that that's coming. They just seemed to be a little frustrated. Even the call going against them, it seemed to be a bad call, the goal that should have counted. I think that just adds to the frustration. Now, none of that means anything if you don't play well on Sunday, but I think the Binnington-Hellebuck thing was a real matchup to the Blues' advantage, even though the guy's going to win the Vezina. I was down there pregame, and I was talking to somebody who's been around the game forever, and I said, don't you think Hellebuck could still lay an egg? And they said, no, man, he's too good. And I said, yeah, and I said, but postseason versus regular season, if you look at his stats, it'll tell you that. So now he may play great on Sunday, but he's got 2 days sitting around going to Brooks and Dunn to think about it.
Oh, he's going to Brooks and I had no idea he was going to Brooks and Dunn.
It is a long time to sit around if you're coming off that loss.
And especially for those Winnipeg fans that they showed in the crowd that looked frustrated. They probably came down here thinking, well, we'll see 2 wins and we'll see a series wrap up on Sunday. Not going to happen. And now they got to spend 4 days going to Lee's Fried Chicken and Ted Drew's every night.
Maybe they'll go to the Battlehawks game on Saturday.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. But there was just no question that the Blues were far better than Winnipeg last night. Even though, you can take away those last couple of goals the Blues got when maybe Winnipeg had let their guard down a little bit. But through the entire part of the game where it was still competitive and the outcome somewhat in doubt, the Blues were the dominant team.
And if it weren't for what was a great save by Hellebuck, I would imagine Jake Neighbors would say he probably should have gotten the puck up a little more than he did. That's 3-0 within the first handful of minutes, if you recall that. I mean, I know at this point with a game with a blowout 7-2, you don't necessarily think about that. But if anything, they were fortunate early on. I think we all agree that they were denied a goal they probably should have had. But the Blues were in a spot where that thing could have been 3-0 within the first handful of minutes. Then their frustration showed. Then it was clear that they were going to pick on guys who I think Jamie Rivers in the broadcast goes, wow, they're going after Snuggerud. 2 guys are over there on Snuggerud. The Blues will file that in the memory bank. It's like, what in the hell are you doing? But okay, if that's what you want to do, if that's the game you got to play, Hellebuck's back there behind the net, doesn't see Thomas coming in, leads to a beautiful opportunity for Buchnevich to convert the hat trick, and it became an all-out clown show. And I saw the comments post-game from Winnipeg. They're like, it's one game, and I agree. And oftentimes you will see a team get stomped and then immediately have the response, and it can be tougher to come back from a heartbreaker. But I don't know. This struck me as a little different. Maybe if you're Winnipeg and you're a Jets fan, going, okay, at least it's a random noon start. You don't have a 9 o'clock start where a building's going bat crap all day long and all fired up. But psychologically, that's not doing that against take your pick of almost any other team that's in the playoffs. This is a team that is synonymous with choke, and unfortunately for Connor Hellebuck, but great for Blues fans, he is a goaltender synonymous with postseason failure, and his giveaway led to the hat-trick goal for Buchnevich last night. Here is what Jim Montgomery had to say on that start that the Blues got off to last night.
Yeah, I just thought that the attitude we had, we started the other 2 games really well. And what I liked was the fierce competitive nature in our attitude for 60 minutes. The start was incredible. We were aggressive. We did the things we wanted to do to make sure that we were going to get more scoring chances, and we did get more scoring chances.
Yeah, they had a lot of them. After the year that Hellebuck had in the regular season, it would have been hard to imagine you'd have a game where he was so thoroughly beaten that they'd have to yank him before the game even ended.
And they were in front. He kept saying, we got to get to the blue paint, got to get in front. Buchnevich was in front. I do think when it was 3-1, if you're a Blues fan, maybe any sports fan, you're still a little nervous. Mm-hmm. Scoreless segment. So when it got to 3-1, you're like, well, I hope this. And they scored
right away.
Less than a minute later, which is my pet peeve, when you score and you give one back right away. But the Blues did it to them. And then it's 4-1. The hats are flying. Like, okay, they're good.
You didn't throw your hat, did you?
I did not throw my hat. I was down there pregame, Tim, getting people kind of ready for the game.
Oh, you were getting them ready.
Oh.
That was at about 5 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So it was about 3 hours and 50 minutes before I could have driven to Springfield, Illinois, had a bite to eat, turn around and come back. Still wouldn't have been game time.
Was there anything you said to really get them ready?
Well, there was nobody else there, so it was kind of hard to get them ready.
Great moments are born from great opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's what you have here tonight, boys.
Well, look, there are towels
That's what
waiting.
you've earned here tonight. Bluesers will start drinking on Sunday at daybreak. That's from the 314. So this person is not concerned about a less enthusiastic building for the noon face-off.
Will they stop
Sunday.
Drinking, Tim?
That's the question. Joey Vitale coming up in about an hour here on the program. The Dotem goes on sale at 8 o'clock on 101 ESPN. Pick your date, or you can play in both. 101ESPN.com. All in. It's going to be approximately $170 per golfer with the fees. That's $170 per golfer. That gets you your golf, your breakfast from Donut Drive-In, your lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and your dinner from Texas Roadhouse if you play on Thursday, and Super Smokers if you play on Friday. Plus, all your Michelob Ultra. We have the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, a long drive contest courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast. Registration open at 8 a.m. on 101ESPN.com. And that, our charity partner this year, being the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Again, you can find all your information right now at 101ESPN.com, and then right at 8 o'clock, register your foursome for one of or both of the days at Oak Valley Golf Course for the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament presented by Michelob Ultra. Take a commercial break. More Blues Talk coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
That we can. Feels like we're hot.
And you're feeling the baby?
I feel like I got a bun in the oven.
Nice. It's hot, man. I like that. I like when you talk like that. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup, and the program airs on 101 ESPN. You can live stream it on the TMA STL app. And you can watch the program and talk it over with friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, you know the Lake St. Louis subdivision golf cart?
I don't believe I do. No.
I don't like how the Blues let up in the second period. Could have been a 3-2 game. That's from the Lake St. Louis subdivision golf cart in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 247 friends have gathered to watch the show and talk about it.
He's disappointed in the performance last night. He thought they should have won like 13-2, something like that. Hell, that's on scholarship, too.
Lake St. Louis subdivision golf cart. Call in 314-974-0101, or you can email in for the design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at approximately 10:45. Joey Vitale will be with us at 8:15, and foursomes for the Dotem go on sale at 8 o'clock. So in just a little more than a half hour, the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament presented by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, with all of your breakfast, all of your lunch, all of your dinner, all your Michelob Ultra, all included, as we partner with the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKernan for the 2025 Dotem. Those go on sale at 8 a.m. on 101ESPN.com. So there you go, Doug. There is your Stiefel dossier. Here is what we have from Jackson's Fun with Audio. Jim Montgomery on the response of the Blues last night, especially right out of the gate following the two disappointing losses in Winnipeg.
The reason we're in the playoffs is because those guys responded and took their game to another level. We felt we had to take our game in the playoffs to another level, you know, after losing the first two games, and we did that. Now we got to keep going. You got to keep getting better in the series, and we just got to keep getting better. We know how good Winnipeg is.
Yeah. Got to keep getting better. I don't know that they can get better than they played last night.
Yeah.
Just play at that level is enough, I think. That's all you can expect.
Yeah, if they were able to pull that off another 15 times between now and that parade that's scheduled for June 14th at noon, Doug, there might be a baby in town.
Oh, there would be. There'd be lots of babies.
Oh, yeah? I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
I catch your drift, brother. Yeah, I like that. I like when you're naughty.
Do you? Okay.
Ruin me.
Oh,
I would mark down May 2nd as a big night for all kinds of activity.
Oh, thank you for getting on board. That's a week from tonight. Martin, it's known as the Sundress Special in St. Louis.
Pretty good chance. I think there'll be a Game 6 next Friday at Enterprise Center. Cardinals home against Juan Soto and the Mets. Battlehawks home against Bob Stoops and the Arlington Renegades. How about that? The Dome, Busch Stadium, Enterprise Center, all three in action at the same time.
who will draw the biggest crowd?
Actually, the Battlehawks probably because
will.
of the Dome. I mean, in all seriousness.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to track those numbers.
Because you're what, 19 to 20 hockey, baseball a little less than that, and then the Dome probably mid-20s, I would say.
Probably so.
How about that? How about that?
Doug, I agree with the Lake St. Louis golf cart. That second period looked like the third in games 1 and 2. Great win, but you cannot be complacent. That's from AJ and Aruba and Doug. They are not happy with the Blues.
Okay, Mr. Perfect. You notice that even the games you win, the other team usually scores a couple times. Does that mean your team's not good? Well, they were playing against the best team in the league. They weren't playing against some Shishawali club from St. Gabe's.
Whoa!
How about that?
They got all the banners.
Bow!
I thought Bennington first period gave him some huge saves because you just kind of wanted to keep them a little defeated. You know, you got the big lead. Don't let them inch back into it. To get to the intermission 3-zip, I thought that was huge. And I was a scoreless second, totally fine with that. And then just pour it on in the third. We got a lot of coaches out there not happy. The head coach of your Blues seems happy.
Yeah, right. Didn't like the second period because we didn't score? I guess that was it. Well, you can't please everybody. Some people like things and some people don't like other things.
Did that yappy lady from Clayton, who only listens to this show because the station in the abandoned strip mall with a Tonka truck in the parking lot went under, punch any of the Jets fans who drove up from Atlanta? That's from Alan Dadeville. Doug, it was like a poem. It was like Jack Kerouac. I couldn't follow the whole thing, but I know there was symbolism, and I don't know what the hell it was, but I am an Alan Dadeville supporter, and therefore the only thing I could really follow is he was talking about Sharon Clayton, I think the star of The Real Housewives of TMA, for my money.
Why would they call her?
Housewives of TMA.
Why would they call her a yappy lady? She texts in like everyone else. We get a text about every 2 seconds here. Hers get read. It doesn't make her any more yappy than anyone else.
I think that's what comes with being the star of The Real Housewives of TMA.
Overexposure.
Exactly right. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service is a sponsor of the text inbox. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of our phone lines, 314-974-0101. Dan Jansen is on the line. Is that correct? Dan Jansen is on the line.
Does he have tickets for Jackie?
He offered Jackson tickets to a Cardinal game a week or two ago.
With food and drink.
Yeah, it was all included.
He was a great speed skater.
Jackson had things.
I think he had. He was playing golf. He serves. Good morning, Dan. You're on with Jackson Burkett.
Thanks, Tim. I got a better offer. I'd like to carry your clubs at the Dotem. I'm an experienced caddy. I know the court. Hey, Tim, let me finish.
That's Doug. That's Doug on the gong.
You're eliminating.
I know the course well. The outward 9 was built first. It's wide open, upside down bowls for greens. The inward 9 is a little tight.
Don't say outward 9 and inward 9.
I like it.
Tim likes it. It's all about Tim.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Just say the front 9, the back 9, like everyone else.
Like, this is so weird.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
So, Tim, you're playing with your father and your son, so let them ride in the cart. I know you're a golf purist, so you want to walk the course and see the track. So let me carry your clubs. I'll read greens. I will make sure everybody finds the balls. They're hit astray. What do you say?
Stop this bootlicking.
I mean, I think it's the right thing. I know a number of ladies in the Central Corridor have expressed interest in caddying as well, but I don't know if they know the outward 9 and the upside down bowls as well as Dan. And so from my standpoint on Thursday, when my father and my 7-year-old son joined me to try to shock the world in the Dotem, I think Dan Jansen maybe needs to be on my bag, Doug. So, Dan,
he's on your bag.
You are in the. You are a finalist to caddy for me on Thursdays.
He's a finalist.
Finalist.
He's not in yet.
I'm taking multiple applicants. Like I said, a lot of ladies in Clayton, Ladue, Huntley have all expressed interest. But Dan, thank you for that. I didn't know that you were familiar with Oak Valley Golf Course's layout. And Doug, what do you call it? The outward 9?
I never said that in my life. No.
I used to play it when it was a Teamsters course.
Yeah, it was the old Teamsters course.
It's a fun place to play, so I'd like to attend the event. I don't necessarily need to play golf, but it'd be fun hanging out with you.
Oh, gosh. Well, send a pic, and Tim can rate you against some of his gal pals from the Central Corridor.
Gal pals.
Thank you, Dan. Doug, that's Dan Jansen, who's offering to caddy for me.
Great speed skater back in the day.
Is that 92 Olympics?
I think so.
92.
And he fell a couple times, too.
Then came back. What a story of perseverance. Jackson and I will be walking the course the day before. We like to just walk it.
Practice round.
Yeah. We just walk it to kind of get the lay of the land.
Yardage book in hand.
And then we've got our camper. We're going to spend the night out there.
Ooh, hot. Guys, did law enforcement trace the call of that Hannibal Lecter wannabe? That's from Rusty Pecker. Hey, Tim, how much money would it take for me to be your caddy? That's from Big Tuft. Doug, a lot of
So they're
offers
paying you
coming
caddy.
in. Yeah. It's like brokering time. You could broker my sticks.
Even in a tournament like this, you'd prefer to walk than ride?
Probably not, honestly. But, with Dan knowing the outward 9 and the inward 9 at Oak Valley Golf Course, maybe it does benefit our pairing.
He can walk with the clubs.
The world.
Yeah, he can walk with the clubs on his back while you ride, and maybe have one of your gal pals handing you grapes while you sit in the golf
Tim's
cart.
in a cart with nothing in it, and Dan's out there looping. That's right. And they're like up and down the hills, and Tim's like, "Keep up, try and keep up."
feeling the terrain. Let's see. Tiny Peepee says that this is Tucker. Jackson's shaking that off.
No, that's not Tucker. Not Tucker. Confirmed.
Jackie, are you back? Are you back, baby?
I never left.
Well, no, headphones and audio contributions. You're back.
That's just stuff we power through. You know, we just traverse the tough terrain that is morning radio. And we come out the other side, clean as a whistle.
All right.
You do. We listen.
Joey Vitale coming up on the program, 8:15. Stiefel dossier, drops of the week, design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Doug, little rain this morning in the St. Louis area, but the forecast is glorious. 77 for a high today, 67 and 69 on Sunday. No precipitation, 84 and sunny on Monday. I think we are home free on the weather, which will time out perfectly for the Sundress Showdown a week from tonight for Game 6 between the Blues and the Jets. And that's when the Blues close them out with 4 straight after the Jets build the 2-0 lead for the 3rd straight year, only to lose the series. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that's certainly a possibility.
Well, we thank Seth Goldcamp for making it all possible. The longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that's where Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client as well. Any heating and cooling needs, designairservice.com. And you want to get your air conditioner ready for the warmer weather months in St. Louis, go to designairservice.com. Love the show. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's how it's been around for 2 decades. Support the sponsors. Design Air, the longest-running sponsor on TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Let's see. Martin's Dangly Bits is now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin's Dangly Bits. You're on with Martin Kilcoyne.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Good. Still a relatively new listener. Got a few questions about this TMA Housewives thing. Since you guys are doing that, what's it called, Sundress Special?
Sundress Special. That's next Friday, I believe. Is that right, Doug?
I think so. Yeah, I haven't bothered to look.
Yeah, are you making all these dudes that are pretending to be women show up at that in sundresses so they can apply for this, or what's going on?
Yeah, something like that.
The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom takes some shrapnel.
Yeah, whatever you identify as, that's what you are. Right? Did I get that right?
That needlepoint-making homo is more...
Watch it, guy.
Oh!
Wow. You got buzzed.
1980s.
We're not going to allow any slander on the show unless it's directed at the 3 of us.
That's exactly right.
5 of us.
That's the way that it works. Let's see what we got here. This is Matt Who Bowls at Hanks. I think he had me listed as M.W. Banks. Matt Who Bowls at Hanks wants his name corrected, but Jackson, you won't do that until Thursday, right? That's
Thursday of next week.
That's when the calendar flips. So if you don't have your name saved in the text inbox, that's when Jackson, for the first week of the month, will update your name. 314-399-9646. Here's friend of the program, Robert Thomas, on playoff hockey making its return to St. Louis, and how last night should set the tone for Sunday afternoon.
So amazing. The last couple of months has been so much fun in front of our fans, and we're looking to keep it going, and we're happy to be back in this series and really ready to focus on Sunday. It's just one game. We needed to come out and perform, and we're able to do that, and we got to look to, change a couple things and keep at it and be ready to go.
Set the tone, Doug.
Yeah, that's what it did with their play early. And they played really well early in the first 2 games, too. This really could, with just a couple of different bounces of the puck, the Blues could be up 3-0 here. They really could be. But they're not.
The morning after. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m.
Hold on, let me think. I got to think about it.
I got to put the oven mittens on. That was a hot take.
That was.
Pondoff was at the game, and he was texting me. He said the skipper, Tony La Russa, was at the game, and he said standing O, and he said he was sitting on the glass.
Is that right?
How about that?
Same with Wilson Contreras. He got a big standing O last night, too.
Really?
Nice. He's the new Yachty, except he's not a catcher.
Skipper do the power play dance, I hope.
I don't think so.
You'd pay a lot to see that, wouldn't you?
I would.
Yeah, you would enjoy that, Martin, if you saw that.
I think he's buddies with Ray Barilli, the longtime trainer. So how about what a night in the building?
Yeah.
When Doug is wearing the hot take mittens, which he is, those are brought to you by Chris Pondoff and EDF Group. Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require a company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division come in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. At 8 o'clock, so I'm talking in 18 minutes, the foursomes for the Dotem go on sale at 101ESPN.com. The Dotem presented to you by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th. You don't have to play in both. You can play in one or the other. May 29th is a Thursday. May 30th, therefore, Doug, a Friday. That is the way that it worked out this year.
Okay.
It's at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, and Dan Jansen knows about the outward nine and the inward
Say
nine.
that front nine, back nine. Those outward nine.
By the way, Pondo said he's changing his name legally from Chris after yesterday's caller named Chris. Got on the show with some baseball.
They had some baseball
insider talk.
Didn't win any of Doug's questions either.
No,
Didn't seem to.
He had like a list of material to get to. But so far, we're off to a great start on the phones here on a Friday. It's an open phone line Friday.
Yeah. We're in celebratory mode, Martin.
Yeah, celebrate with us. Battlehawks breakdown, 6 o'clock at the Dome. Jackson, they're playing Michigan. Get your ticket ahead of time. Cards, Brewers. What a weekend. Sunday at noon, Doug. Mm-hmm. You'll be in the Lower Bowl family room?
Probably so. Probably so, But that's a good spot to be. I'm not unhappy there.
Oh, you're not going to the games.
Well, I don't have
means.
tickets, but I'm not planning to go, no.
God bless. Yeah, I think I'm going on Friday or Sunday, I should say. Yeah. That should be a pony for a Sunday afternoon. You going to have some mimosas early in the morning, Jackson?
On Sunday? Yeah, why not?
You'll watch this one, won't you?
I had pretty good luck when I didn't watch last night.
So you did not watch last night?
You were advised not to.
By Chairman Stephen Wildwood, 2023 Listener of the Year. He said, don't watch.
And I think the proof was in the pudding when in the first 3 minutes, Bucci puts 2.
Were you tempted when you saw scores going by?
Did you see the score going by first?
I did. I checked Twitter about, 15 minutes after puck drop just to check in to see if the theory was working. And it certainly was. So I wasn't going to rock the boat.
So what were you watching instead? That tight one between the Pistons and Knicks?
A little basketball. Just kind of hanging out. Went to bed kind of early.
Probably overtime with the Leafs and Sens as in the Battle of Ontario?
The Leafs and the Sens. The Battle of Ontario.
Doug, I feel like I'm in a cave.
You got mocked.
Brady Tkachuk, right?
Hey, tied the game.
Yeah, good on him.
Good on him. Do you think if they keep winning, you keep avoiding it? And then what if we get to a Game 7 Stanley Cup final against Chief and the Maple Leafs, but you haven't watched, and that's been the key to them winning? Would you find it hard to...
I think for this series, or at least maybe this homestand, I don't watch. And then
you bring it back on Wednesday night in Winnipeg?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to watch. Last night was a little tough with the late start, but I do want to watch. Like Sunday, I want to watch. But if it's going to help the Blue Note get a W or perceive,
it won't matter to the Blue Note.
Whoa, what? Whoa.
It won't matter to the Blue Note whether you're watching.
You might be right, Doug, but I can't chance it Sunday. You are not allowed to watch. I'm sorry. I'm going to need you to avoid the game.
All right. That's what I'll do. I'll do my part.
You were happy to get that little reprieve, weren't you?
No.
To not have to watch the game.
No, I'm here for the note.
My wireless went down yesterday afternoon. And so, Doug, when that happens, now you can use your phone, of course, as a hotspot and still get on Brazzers. But as far as watching on your television, now I'm SOL. And so the move then became just watch it on the iPad. And so my wife and I were huddled in me chambers watching on the iPad.
Oh.
And I did go. First 2 periods, felt good about things, and then was able to enjoy my sleeping pills and wake up this morning at about 4:15 and watch the remainder of it and the entirety of the post game. And what a nice little high. What a nice little high to start your Friday morning watching the Blues do a little skull effing of the Jet.
Oh.
Hello again, everybody.
Now, I haven't figured out how to get something from my phone onto the smart TV.
Jackson, this is where you come into play. I know it can be done.
Okay, you're talking about like share play?
I don't know what it's called, but my son
Share
did that. He called something up on his phone and hit a button, and now I'm watching it. What's on his phone on TV?
But if it's like something like the Blues game, there's FanDuel has an app, ESPN has an app.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I'm saying the way Tim had to do it.
I just used the Amazon Prime app.
On your iPad.
On my iPad.
Yeah, and you watched on your iPad,
right? But couldn't you have taken it from your phone onto your big TV?
I guess that's possible. I don't know.
I've never done that.
If I'm not mistaken, to cast like that, you need a Wi-Fi connection. So if the internet's down, you may not be.
I think that's what I was.
But the Wi-Fi connection on your phone's not good enough for that. That wouldn't work.
If the Wi-Fi in your home is up, then you should be
because
good.
Because the Wi-Fi
in my
be
home
connected
was
to the
down.
smartphone.
Right.
The Wi-Fi in my home was down.
Smart TV.
Still was down this morning, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm still here. So I think that I'd kind of like to get the first star. Thank you, Chairman.
Timmy Resilience.
Timmy Resilience is what they call him, Doug.
Could you call in work and say, I can't make it, I don't have Wi-Fi?
They'll say, we have it here. Come join us. We've got Wi-Fi. Please. What about the Family Feud viewing, Tim? Did it affect that? I feel like that's the lead.
Did not watch Steve Harvey's Family Feud last night. Maybe that's key. Jackson doesn't watch the Blues game, and I don't watch Steve Harvey's Family Feud.
Everyone has to give up something, It's a little sacrifice.
Like Lent.
Yeah.
Hockey Lent.
Right, hockey Lent. What are you giving up, Doug?
Well,
broccoli?
I'd hate to give up broccoli. I'll give up hot dogs, I guess. I don't eat many of those.
Tony La Russa was right behind the goal where the Blues shoot twice. That's Sharon in Clayton /Sanibel /Maui /Michigan Martin. So if you're looking for the skipper, you can go back and look at the highlights, and that's where you'll find him. Per Sharon in Clayton, star of the Real Housewives.
Do we want him to call in with a Blues take?
Sharon?
No, the skipper.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'll weave in the word shrapnel, see if it gets him going.
If you've never sat in the front row, it's an interesting experience to do. But you don't
relatable moments with Doug Vaughn.
Yeah, but you don't see near as well the entire game as if you're up a little bit. I think the best seat in the house is about 10, 15 rows up. About
center of the ice, 100%. Yeah.
I think for the playoffs.
If you are a hockey fan who appreciates watching plays develop, like if you were ISO'd in, I mean, what were the chances somebody was ISO'd in on Fowler as he made the mad dash for Thomas's pass? But you can see plays develop. I agree with you on that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's super fun and have that experience down low. But yeah,
and there's a lot of food involved too.
That's key. Have some nectar. Man, I don't know if you guys noticed this driving in this morning. There weren't as many cars on the road. Do you notice? You guys notice that?
I would say yes to that.
Unbelievable to me.
People are just shutting her down.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't get Wi-Fi, so they're not coming in.
That could be the reason. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think people stayed up, watched the game, or they're just going into work late.
Yeah.
Maybe they had a little nectar, you know what I mean?
Can we not pull ourselves up by the bootstraps a little bit? Are you telling me you can't stay up till 11:30, 11:45 and still get to work in the morning?
Don't look at Tim.
Why are you holding people accountable?
Don't look at Tim. He had no Wi-Fi and still here this morning.
There it is. Little Timmy Resilience.
Okay. All right, Lou Gehrig.
That's what Jay Randolph Jr. called Rich Gould. He called him when he first started working, he called him a horse. I go, why do you call him horse? Oh, Iron Horse for Lou Gehrig. Since he decided he wasn't going to come in on Fridays but didn't tell management.
I mean, even if you're getting to bed by midnight and you're sleeping till 6, isn't that enough for one day? Can't you get by just one day because you stayed up late? Come on, folks.
I was at 270 and 40 at close to midnight last night, and there was so much traffic.
Really?
Well, 40 West, it's amazing because the Blues base, I think a lot of them live out west. There was a bleep ton of traffic. westbound on 40 at about midnight, which makes sense. That means they stuck. I mean, Curbs even noted that at the end. People stuck around.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you should, but it was loud as hell when the game ended. But a lot of folks on the highway backed up traffic. You can't get a good traffic report, Tim, at midnight.
Well, you don't get those too often.
Yeah, traffic and weather.
55 South was a mess, too. The Jeffco contingent was out in full force.
There you go. People blowing down 55 on Highway 40. Yeah, but get up and get after it, Doug. Get up and call in.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
I think
it's not like it ended at 3 in the morning.
I think someone a few weeks ago called the Blues jersey the Oakville tuxedo. This is not fair.
Oakville
It's just
tuxedo.
not fair.
Dotem foursomes on sale. Play golf with us on the 29th of May. Play golf with us on the 30th of May. Play golf with your friends. You will have breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and dinner from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday, Super Smokers on Friday, and all your Michelob Ultra. It's all included as we partner with the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Foursomes go on sale in less than 10 minutes at 8 a.m. 101ESPN.com is where you go to book your foursome. We will have Joey Vitale joining us coming up at 8:15. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. One of the great St. Louis companies, founded in downtown here in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. They're not going anywhere. St. Louis is their home, and they are proud to have called it home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now also with the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and our future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. It's one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night, making that series 2-1 against Winnipeg. Back in action on Sunday, still in St. Louis. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN with the pregame starting at 11 a.m. and the puck dropping at noon. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Your stepdads and bleach, they play on my mind like a song.
1 minute until foursomes go on sale.
Free Dotem.
How many Dotems have we had?
101ESPN.com.
Is this like the fourth or fifth?
Do you mind if I count on my hands like most St. Louis U High graduates?
Yeah, go ahead.
16, 17, 18, 19. Don't know if there was one in 2020. I think there might have been, but it was later in the year, but I could be off on that. 21 was the one where the Greens were included and management called in and called the listeners douchebags. 2022.
When did we get the pizza stolen?
2022, 2023. This will be the 8th one. The pizzas
really?
were stolen in 2023, and there is a chance that Chairman Stephen Wildwood's going to be subpoenaed, and he will be forced to testify as to who, because he knows who stole the pizzas from the 2023 Dotem. But in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Foursomes are now on sale at 101ESPN.com for the Dotem, presented by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Book yours. Get your foursome together for a full day on the course with TMA, complimentary breakfast included from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra all day long, an after party from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday, and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. Doug, we're giving you 3 meals. We're giving you all your Michelob Ultra. 100 West Dental's giving you closest to the pin competition. And then Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast giving you a long drive contest. It's all at the Dotem, May 29th and May 30th, or it can be either one. One's a Thursday, one's a Friday. Playing both if you want to. Go to 101ESPN.com right now to book your foursome. And the registration is now open as we partner with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. It is the 2025 Dotem foursomes now on sale at 101ESPN.com. Think about it.
Is there a limit to just how much chicken you can eat?
I assume 2 birds per man.
Two entire whole fryers per person.
I think that's in the fine print. And then you get to wash that down with Super Smokers.
Just to lay a base with the chicken.
Correct.
And then hit it with the beef a little later.
And then oftentimes there'll be a couple rogue donuts still lurking.
Oh yeah.
And then a gentleman will polish one of those off at 5 in the afternoon.
Golf is kind of secondary to the food, isn't it?
You get both of them. 101ESPN.com is where you can sign up your foursome right now for the Dotem taking place May 29th and May 30th. Joey Vitale joining us coming up here in about 15 minutes. That is when we will talk it over with the Blues analyst from the Winnipeg perspective. Doug, you read Mike McIntyre's work?
Missed it.
Okay. He says, flashback to the spring of 2018. You want to go back to 2018 in Manitoba?
Okay, I guess we could briefly.
That was the last time the Jets grabbed a 2-0 series lead on home ice. They went into Minnesota for Game 3, and they got hammered 6-2. Not 7-2, 6-2. Does it sound familiar to you? Well, they responded by winning Games 4 and Games 5 to take the series. It's Mike McIntyre in Winnipeg.
Yeah, okay.
Rallying cry right there.
I guess he told us. It's a whole new series. It doesn't matter what happened in 18.
What do you mean?
But 2019 does matter.
No. Well, yeah, that does for us. It does for us. I was hoping maybe it'd be a negative article and to indicate that maybe the fans and everybody who follow Winnipeg and cheer for them are starting to have doubts about their club. I can't think that's the case yet. You lose one game badly, yeah, they'll let that go.
We got John Gruden on our side, Doug. Did you see the video? And he thanked generous executive Mike Caruso.
Yes!
You get him tickets?
They sent John Gruden like a surprise box, and he's opening it going, what's it? Oh, skates! Bennington signed jersey. And he talked for about 6 minutes how excited he was about the Blues and Coach Montgomery. And then he started dropping names. He said, you got Brett Hull out there. You got Chris Pronger. And I'm like, well, they probably won't suit up.
No.
He mentioned Kachuk. Got all fired up. So I texted Caruso, and I said, what is the connection between the Blues and John Gruden? I was thinking Chaser, who knows all these NFL people. But Chaser's not mentioned in the video. And Mike Caruso, career smartass, wrote back, I went to high school with him. That was it. No idea why John Gruden's pimping the Blues, but it was kind of
generous
fun.
executive. Here is John Gruden talking up your St. Louis Blues.
Let's go Blues. St. Louis. There's no town like St. Louis. I coached at Southeast Missouri State in Cape Girardeau. So if you're from Cape Girardeau, get down the road. And let's be there tonight at Enterprise Center. It's going to be all you want it to be. I can't breathe now. Coach Montgomery, thank you for the skates, the jerseys. Most of all, I'd like to thank Jordan Bennington for the autographed jersey. You know, he's already won a Stanley Cup. He knows what it takes. Shut him out, Jordan! Shut him out, baby! Let's go Blues! Whoa, yeah!
Was that Chairman Steve?
Sounded like. I didn't realize he'd coached at Southeast Missouri State. Yeah. Low-level assistant, no doubt, very early in his career.
He said nobody wants to go back to Winnipeg. Blues are kind of hoping to go back to Winnipeg.
Yeah, at least one more time. And then they close it out next Friday in the sundress special, Doug?
You're going to wear pastels?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a secret.
Meanwhile, the other series of note in the Western Conference where the Blues were 22 seconds away from heading Las Vegas, that went back to the Midwest. And, Doug, Minnesota taking a 2-1 lead on the Vegas Golden Knights with another shipping of VGK last night. How about that?
Well, the Wild are a good team, too, and they've got it going here.
They
right
got
now.
healthy right at the end of the season.
Yeah. There's not too many series you look at and say, oh, the other team has no chance.
Shot at the New Jersey Devils, shot at the Ottawa Senators.
Maybe those two. But even the Senators lost 3-2 in overtime.
2 overtime losses.
Yeah. So they're right there. So if the Wild beat the Knights, it wouldn't stun me. I don't think there's any pairing where if the lower seeded team won, I'd really be stunned by.
Wasn't it Vitale when we talked about Vegas? It was one of those weird Hunter S. Thompson analogies where you had to have acid to follow it.
Right.
But he said something about the dogs being full or not being hungry. And maybe
That's right.
Vegas, because they've won, aren't as hungry.
The hungry dog.
But does that work against the Blues, who've already won a cup? Many of them, anyway.
No, we don't apply it when it
it's
doesn't
ours.
fit our narrative.
Okay.
That's correct.
But maybe
media is now about giving people what they want to hear as opposed to facts.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
The Wild lead that series, and they dominated last night.
So for us, we have Stanley Cup experience, so therefore we're better able to compete with this experience. But for the Knights, their dogs are filled up, and so they're not hungry?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, we'll find out, Vitale. What weird web will he spin this week? I saw him, and he goes, 8:15 tomorrow, buddy. Just talked to the great Jackson Burkett.
The great Jackson Burkett.
That's what he said.
Look at that.
Yeah.
He said, I'm all locked in. I said, buddy, whatever you pick. I'm sure you'll change the time. Whatever you pick is fine. Raring to go. But, yeah, Vegas, I thought that was a tougher matchup just because of their winning DNA as opposed to Winnipeg being haunted by their playoff loss. So we'll see. If you win Sunday, certainly that's going to be talked about as they head back home. And is that another 3-day? I think it is. Goes to Wednesday,
yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Game 5 would be Wednesday, and we now know there will be a Game 5. I think if they lose on Sunday in any fashion, that's all they're going to be asked about is, any doubts? Guys feeling fragile in there?
There would be a ton of pressure on the Jets here in Game 5 at home.
Yes.
Because, again, and this is why last night I think I get the losing 2-1, 3-2, heartbreak. The Senators, now they're down 3-0, but they've lost 2 overtime games. Is it sometimes easier to just pick yourself up after getting stomped? I think it is, but because Hellebuck gave the puck away, because he had another rough one, because the Blues just dominated 128 hits in that game, I think it's a different deal. This Jets franchise has blown 2-0 leads back-to-back postseasons. I mean, there's just something there. So, hey, here you go. Here's your opportunity. You get it Sunday at noon, and you know there's going to be a response from them. Can't wait for this one, Doug. Human missiles flying over the ice. That's what we saw last night. Would you say, Martin, Neighbors 9 hits? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Morrissey was just getting lit up left and right.
Did you hear Neighbors' postgame where he said, I don't see this kind of hitting going on in any other series?
Right, yeah. I did hear him say that.
I think Joey Vitale asked him if he could feel it. He said, oh, yeah, you can feel it. But they were hits with a purpose. You could see it last night. They weren't just out of control. And everybody kind of played a role there. When you look, at the end of a hockey game, you can kind of say, well, I didn't hear so-and-so's name very much. Well, Kairu's got a goal. You heard Walker's name. Toropchenko scoring goals. He's a physical presence. Sonny is just flying all over the place, hitting people. I know some people on the text line say it wasn't a good second period, Doug, but I'm going to look past that and say it was a pretty good win.
Yeah. Boy, you're really looking to nitpick if you can look at that game and say, well, the second period wasn't what I demand.
And you don't like that Lake St. Louis subdivision golf cart in the YouTube chat?
No, I don't. I don't like him.
Does anybody want to go to dinner with my wife at Wright's Tavern on May 2nd at 7:45? Doug, that's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood. He is farming out his wife. Not easy to get a reservation at Wright's Tavern. He has one at 7:45 on May 2nd, but because the Blues could very well be playing in that sundress special next Friday, he is giving up the reservation, and somebody can go with his wife. So if people want to text in, I guess we will forward that to the Stephen Wildwood family and just go to Clayton. Get there maybe about 7:30 just to be polite, and the reservation's at 7:45.
Where is it in Clayton? I've never been to that place.
Jackson would know. I would.
Right, on
Why down?
I don't know.
I can't get
I
there.
think it's on White. I've never been either.
Bean. Like Sheen?
Braden.
Ken Hitchcock used to always say bean.
He did. Bean. He was big on the buy-in, too. But we Bean.
Never been. So
no, I
think it's on Wydown, though.
Well, maybe you could go that night with Chairman Steve's wife since you're not allowed to watch. That's maybe the perfect pairing.
That actually isn't a bad move. Nice call there, man.
I agree. Great call. I'll be in the Zarks at that time.
You going to the lake?
Oh.
Bachelor party.
Oh. I guess not one of your Ledoux buddies.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that.
Is it a +1 or is it also a limited engagement?
Yeah, Sweet Kai's controversial wedding invite.
To the wedding +1, not to the bachelor party.
What mile marker are you going to Hoosier it up?
You always ask this when I go to the Ozarks. I never know. I never look.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I have no idea.
You're not from around here.
I don't go often enough, clearly.
Yeah.
Mr. Licks is in. He's taking it. I'll take it, and I actually tip, so it'll make Steve look good. So Mr. Licks is going to go to dinner with Stephen Wildwood's wife next Friday, 7:45 at Wright's Tavern. So that has been booked.
Now, would you have to go and pick her up? Is it like going to a date in high school where the dad opens the door and the girl comes down the steps dressed up and ready to go? Is this what he's going to do with his wife?
Sounds a little creepy to me.
It does sound creepy. You have to meet her there? Just to drive her own car to Wright's Tavern? I'd like to. We're into logistics here. I want to know how it's going to work.
Alan Dadeville has purchased his team for the Dotem for Thursday. He says, unfortunately, we couldn't get to Lix's dollar amount to be our fourth, and Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack said the ferry is down on Thursday, so if there's a hot boy who likes SEC football that wants to be our fourth on Thursday, let me know. So if you are just a rogue lone wolf, Doug, but you want to play in the Dotem and you don't have somebody that you can go with, Alan Dadeville is inviting you to join his foursome. I don't know how to reach out to Alan Dadeville. I don't know how to reach out to Stephen Wildwood's wife, but the listeners are communicating with each other through the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
I feel bad for Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack.
Because the ferry's down?
Yes, it sounds like something that would have happened in 1880. Sorry, I can't make it there, Jedediah. Ferry doesn't run on Thursday.
Just get a John boat. Or, like Youngry Bird says, a pontoon.
I guess. Are you really just trapped there on a Thursday?
If you live on an island and the ferry's not working.
Yeah,
well, what's wrong with the ferry?
Well, beats me. I've talked about my Nautilus adventures are few and far between.
Hey, Piddles!
Yo.
You better get a tetanus booster before you head down to that cesspool. Better be safe than sorry. That's from Sharon in Clayton, who is not endorsing the Lake of the Ozarks for the bachelor party.
Now, the way you read that, it does sound like she's being yappy.
I think I got a tetanus shot in 2019, and I think they last 10 years, so I'm good.
Doug, when we meet other couples out, they drive themselves, and we meet at the restaurant. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Okay. Well, that's other couples. That's not having one man come and take your wife to dinner. It's a little bit different.
Happened in Pulp Fiction. Didn't end well.
It's always a matter of opinion, though.
Yeah.
Joey Vitale joining us next here on TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. I know Joey Vitale is ready to take us on an odyssey, kind of like when Willy Wonka took the kids on that boat, Doug, and then he started doing the faces, and you felt like you were tripping balls.
Well, I never saw the picture.
You never saw Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory?
No.
With the great Gene Wilder?
I never saw the picture.
What about Augustus Gloop?
No.
Veronica.
Violet, Lieutenant Violet. Wonderful. Some breaking news regarding the Dotem. If you want to play on Friday, you best register right now because it's about to be sold out.
Really?
Yeah. Jesse Kiowski, who heads up the promotions and events for TMA, just sent me a text that the foursomes for Friday are going quickly. Want to register for the Dotem and play on Friday, book it, or else you will not be able to do so. 101ESPN.com. It is the Dotem Golf Tournament returning for the first time since 2023. Presented to you by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. About 15 minutes from 270 and 55. Doug calls it the Cloverleaf, which I think I like. I like that. In Peevely, Missouri. Your foursome will include the following: breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra all day long, and an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. Registration is now open on 101ESPN.com. And our charity partner for this year's Dotem is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of the late Brian McKenna. Find all your information at 101ESPN.com, and that is where you can register right now, and especially if you want to play on Friday. Those foursomes are almost gone. 101ESPN.com right now. It is our pleasure to welcome to TMA and the Collier and Thompson phone lines, friend of the program, friend of all, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
What's up, boys? How we doing?
Oh, so wonderful. What about yourself? When did you get up? Did you get up at 4:30 and make bread?
No, I didn't have time for bread this morning. I had to do some readjusting to the chicken coop. We had to finish off the run. We're getting chickens. So.
Is that code?
Doug's confused. I can tell by the look on his face.
You're going to raise chickens in the backyard?
Well, we're going to use our side yard, Doug. And, yeah, we're getting a lot of chickens. They're getting delivered next week. There's a waiting list for chickens. I didn't know that. This is my wife's project, by the way. And she said, we're on the waiting list for our silky chickens. First of all, I couldn't believe there's a waiting list. I think it's because eggs are so expensive. People are really getting into chickens. But, yeah, we got a chicken coop, and we got a good little run here. And, you know, we were going to get 6. My wife thought, well, let's get 11 just to be sure, which I thought made perfect sense. And because there's a lot of predators in the Kirkwood area, foxes and coons and things of that nature. So if we get 11, we'll probably settle on end up having 4 or 5 with the ones that don't make it and bite the dust. So, yeah, just fixing the coop this morning. That's what I'm doing.
What does a chicken cost?
Good question.
That's a great question. I have to ask my wife. I'm afraid to ask her. These are little fluffy little things, but I think they're kind of expensive because, like I said, the demand for them is relatively pretty high. But this is going to be a learning project. It's going to take some time. I've heard people tell me great things about having chickens. I've heard terrible things about having chickens. It's definitely going to be a project for the kids to help out in. But I'm looking forward to having eggs. And, one of these days, Doug, I'm just going to be living off the fat of the land. That's my end goal game.
I'm sure the neighbors are excited.
I was wondering about that. Are these chickens, do they make a good amount of noise?
Well, so roosters do. You're not allowed to have roosters in Kirkwood, where I live in Kirkwood here. You're not supposed to have roosters. Although I think there is someone off Taylor that has a rooster, but it's not too loud. But the biggest thing is you don't have your neighbors complain. The hens don't make a lot of noise. They just kind of. But the roosters, they're loud. Those are the males. So you're supposed to have hens. But the problem is when they deliver these chickens, you don't know what they are. Because they're chicks. There's no way, like when humans are born, obviously you know what's going on.
Yeah, you look under the hood.
I don't know what the hood situation on baby chicks is. But apparently they deliver your chicks, and there could be like a rooster in the mix. So then you got to figure out what you do with the rooster. And, hopefully a friend of yours has like a farm where they can run out and be free. So anyway, then the hens don't make a lot of noise, and they just kind of hang out and eat bugs, and they just like lay eggs. which of course are unfertilized because there's no rooster. And then, of course, yeah, that's just it. I don't know what else to say.
Huh. Why don't you keep the rooster? Keep the rooster, and then you'll have more chickens, and you can sell those and make some money off this.
See, that's not a bad thought at all. I don't know how many chickens. I don't really want like a chicken business. I don't have a ton of time for that. I just want to eat a couple of eggs, really, and I kind of want the kids out of the house. But my idea would be like, hey guys, come on, go let the chickens out. Please go let them roam, and then use a stick to get them back in the run. Again, this is a learning curve for me. I've never done this before. I've never lived on a farm, and certainly it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. We got a bird last week too. I think my wife's. I think she's kind of having a meltdown, a midlife crisis. I was in Winnipeg, and I was FaceTiming the kids, and all of a sudden I heard a on the FaceTime call. And I was like, "What was that?" And they were all kind of chuckling, and all of a sudden my daughter Summer, it was her 14th birthday, she kind of slides this cockatiel bird into the screen. And I was like, "That's a bird in our house." And they said, "Yeah, Dad." I said, "What's it doing there?" "Yeah, it kind of sounded like that." And I said, "Well, what's it doing in the house?" She said, "Well, it's our bird now." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "We bought a bird." I go, "From where?" They went out to like Festus. I guess they have bird breeders, and they bought a bird from a bird breeder. Anyway, her name's Tinkerbell. She loves microgreens and cauliflower. She's a cute little thing.
Really?
Apparently, these things live like for 30-plus years, though, so it's going to outlive me, which is really exciting. Even more exciting than having a bird is it's going to be here forever, which I say, yeah, of course, this is amazing. So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on anymore around the house of the Vitales, but we got 2 dogs, a bird. We're going to have 11 chickens here next week, so if your kids are bored and want to experience a farm, tell them to come on over.
Well, petting zoo over there, Doug.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Usually you see those out in the backwoods, like Uncle Joey V's petting zoo. Swing by, $10 for the kids. So game five is going to happen. You'll be gone. Are they going to get a badger, or what do you think they'll pick up while Dad's gone next time?
I don't know. I think you might need to be calling child services if you see a sign that says Uncle Joey's petting zoo. Come on in, kids. That might be a little weird. Anyone who drops their kids off, I would probably call those parents.
Doug, there's another animal there.
Well, this has clearly become a more important and interesting story than the game last night.
Tied for first.
How late did it go for you? I know you do hours of post game when these games are over.
Yeah, it was a late one. No doubt about it. Last night, I rolled in the house around one-ish, and then we, a couple strong hours of sleep, and then I'm up the next morning and just ready to box this thing all over again. But no, it was a fun game, exciting game, but a ton of scoring. It was certainly a long one, but I'm looking around the arena there in the third period, even though it was 6-2 at the time, I believe, and I miss full capacity. What a fan base we have here to experience the game they experienced, to stick around even though it was late. And you know what? This Blues team, they gave the fans what they paid for to come in and watch this group. To start the game, I don't know if you guys were there. And I know, Marty, you slid in there. I saw you last night, Marty. You kind of slid in there.
You slid in, Martin.
I was there pregame. I saw Joey V. said, "Just talked to the great Jackson Burkett, 8:15 tomorrow." And I said, "Yeah, until you change the time at the last minute." But he was on KMOV, Doug. I don't know where you were, but Joey was a guest on that channel.
Oh, was he?
For whatever reason, yeah.
KMOV, heard of it? You heard of that?
Well, I was enjoying my semi-retirement, full-time retirement from there. For 3.5 years
now. So you don't work there?
No.
But will you be on any shows tonight?
No.
Just kind of as an analyst?
No.
Yeah, Joey V was there early and late, and we were talking about this earlier. For Winnipeg, does it matter if it's a blowout win or a heartbreaking last-second overtime loss? I just felt like the way the Blues won, it did send a message that they not only were able to beat them, it wasn't a fluke. They dominated. Do you think it matters the nature of the victory?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think that, the game itself, we were in Winnipeg. In Winnipeg at the Canada Life Center up there, it has this reputation of having this energy and this noise and excitement and just this frenzy, right? And it has that. There's no doubt about it. Now, it's a building, the smallest building in the National Hockey League. they only host about 15,000 fans. So it can get loud. It can kind of get on top of you. But I only bring that up because, Marty, you were there last night. The Enterprise Center, I have never heard a building that loud in a very long time. I mean, it was Stanley Cup final-esque. I mean, I'm talking even the Dallas series back in 19 and the San Jose series. It was louder than that. And I think it's the hunger of this city that it's been a few years, right? It's been some time since they've been in a playoff position. But they came out, and it was so loud. And then this team just rallied right behind it. They got on the board early, and they just sustained it. I mean, even after that second Buchnevich goal, I'm looking around. I mean, the fans didn't sit down until probably like the 8-minute mark of the first period. I mean, that's how exciting it was. And it just kept going. It just kept building and building and building, and they never took their foot off the gas. So you bring up a good question. Is a win in any kind of fashion have an effect on the next game? Personally, I actually think it does.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to suit the Blues as well, just being completely honest in my experience, because, losing a game 7-2 like Winnipeg did and getting completely embarrassed, that's in fact embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. And it's going to be a long couple days for the Winnipeg Jets to swallow what just happened. You compare that to if the Blues would have won last night 2-1 in overtime. Yeah, that certainly has pain, right? If you're the Jets, you're like, hey, we played a strong game. It was tight. But I don't know if you learn as many lessons from losing a game 2-1 in overtime versus losing a game 7-2. So what does that mean? So now let's look at the ripple effect of this. So a 2-1 game you lose in overtime, maybe not as much lessons. You feel pretty good about your effort, and you're going to change a couple things heading in now to Game 4. 7-2, guys, come on. Like, again, tail between the legs, completely embarrassed. Mark Scheifele was invisible. Didn't notice the top line. Hellebuck was embarrassing. That was an embarrassing performance. They all know it, right? Now they got to sit with this embarrassment for 2 days. So now the Indians are really going to be coming on Game 4 Sunday afternoon at the Enterprise Center. So that's going to be their response. And, of course, playoff hockey is all about how you respond to the other team's response. So the response is coming for Winnipeg. This is where it's going to be clearly the most important game of the series. Where can the St. Louis Blues match the effort, match the adjustments that Scott Arniel and the Winnipeg Jets are going to make come Sunday afternoon?
Joey Vitale, our guest. He's with us every Friday here on TMA. You can watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. 360 Friends of the Feather have gathered there this morning for the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And, of course, you can always stream the program on 101ESPN.com and the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's 101 ESPN app. Joey, we were talking about this, and you were alluding to it there. The psychology of both the Jets as a franchise, and many of these guys have been a part of these postseason shortcomings, and then Connor Hellebuck as a goaltender who's had incredible regular season success. And you talked about his performance last night, certainly leaving something for Jets fans to desire. So therefore, whereas I saw Bernie Federico in the post game talking about how sometimes you'd rather lose like 10-0 as opposed to 2-1 in overtime. Maybe for this franchise, the Jets, and for Hellebuck in particular, this one can rattle them more than, say, a 2-1 loss, because all of the things that have haunted them in the past came back last night. In other words, do you think the Jets are a little more susceptible to this kind of stuff than, say, some of the other teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs because of both Hellebuck's recent history and the teams?
Absolutely. I mean, Tim, absolutely. We have history. We have trauma. We have a past, right? It's very hard from a psychological standpoint to not revisit certain times when things have gone bad, when things currently now are going bad. It goes both ways. I mean, you look at Connor Hellebuck, when he has a tough game, he starts to starts to drift, right? And without knowing him personally, it's human nature. You start to drift to, God, we've been bounced in the first round the last 2 years. I've had great regular seasons, but I've been slouchy in the playoffs. Another game last night, I let up 6 goals, right? You're starting to feel the wear and tear and the heat from the city and from the fan base. You signed a big contract, but now, of course, you're a guy kind of getting the reputation that when the game's on the line and when the season's on the line, you can't really deliver. So all these things kind of creep back in, which, of course, it's really hard to turn that around. On the flip side, it works for the positive as well. And this is where I think, Jordan Binnington winning the Cup in 2019, this would makes him unstoppable, because now you're a guy that knows that you've done the hardest thing. You've gone to Boston in Game 7, completely stole the game in the first 10 minutes of that game. We all remember that. I mean, the Blues were being outshot, outplayed. The ice was so tilted. Tuukka Rask on the other end of the ice he could have taken honestly a 15-minute nap and it wouldn't have had any effect on the game. That's how good Binnington was. He's won that big game. He won a big game this past season in Four Nations for the gold medal there against Connor Hellebuyck. So now he's got this repetition in his mind of success. So whatever happens in the game, you have two minds that are leaning on two different identities. One is the positive identity of, hey, I've been here before. I got confidence. Like, I don't, who cares that the puck went by me? We're going to be just fine. I've been down this road before. I have good experiences here. And on the flip side, for Connor Hellebuyck, it's quite the opposite. He doesn't have that success. He doesn't have that thing to hang on to. He doesn't have what we're all looking for as hockey players is, what can I confidently just fall back to? And he doesn't have quite the experience. I don't know. It's like Doug. It's like going to a bar when you were younger, and this missile walks in, right? You follow me here, and all of a sudden she's like, "Hello, Mr. Vaughn." Like, "Hello, Mr. Vaughn." Looking pretty. You're like, "Whoa, hello, Mr. Vaughn is right," and you feel pretty good. And then what are you going to do? You're gonna carry that through with the rest of the night. The next time you go out, you're like, "Hey, I remember when that one gal, she thought I was pretty attractive." And you're just like, "Okay, here we go." So you feel confident in the fact that you saw and you accomplished the hardest, right? This is a beautiful woman. So now you're just like, it doesn't matter what. You can go to a bar the next weekend, and a girl shuts you down. And I don't care. I don't care, because that old Sally Sue last week, she was a 10, and she thought I was gorgeous. So
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
I don't think people are calling their kids Sally Sue anymore. I think that's an older thing. I don't know where I came up with that, but you know what I mean.
Sally Sue would have chickens, I think.
I agree with you on that, Martin.
Sally Sue you're right. She was the lady across the street raising chickens. Maybe more of like a Pamela. Pamela is always a good name there.
She was a missile, Doug, but she wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, she came up to you.
Well, I don't hit the club scene as much as I probably should anymore, being a missile and all.
So Connor doesn't have a missile. So Benner saw Sally Sue, and now he's feeling good, Tim.
That's correct.
Okay.
That sums it up.
Joy, the Blues had I forget what the number was, 124, 128 hits, something like that last night. And I'm sure that wears down Winnipeg. It's got to wear down the Blues a little, too. Is it possible to keep up that kind of physical intensity for a whole series?
I didn't think so, Doug. I've actually kind of had my foot in my mouth a couple times in this series. I said in Game 2 in Winnipeg, I thought it was going to be less physical. I think it was going to be more structured. The Blues proved me wrong. I thought last night, definitely, we weren't going to see as many hits. I even said on the pregame with Chris Kerber. And they once again not only proved me wrong, but they really proved me wrong, where they were the most physical team I think that this postseason will see. I don't think anyone will trump what happened last night. Clearly, I mean, the Blues shattered a record last night with as many hits as they had. I think they had 39, I want to say, in the first period, which you compare that to, for fans out there, well, how does that compare to a normal game? This season, I think they had one game where they had 39 hits, and then another game they had 41. Those were the top two for the whole game. The Blues had 39 in the first period.
Yeah.
So it's incredible. I mean, it's incredible how they can do this, but they can do it because they're getting contributions where everybody on every line is playing physical. So that's where I think the repetition for the Winnipeg Jets, you're feeling a little bit wear and tear. I mean, there was a play last night, and I think it's kind of a microcosm of what this series can become. If you talk about, Doug, you asked the question, the wear and tear, how does that affect the team? Look at that goal by Toropchenko. If you look at the replay of it, the Winnipeg Jets are feeling a lot of pressure in their D zone, right? Luke Schenn, the defenseman for Winnipeg Jets, the puck goes from corner to corner in his own zone, and you see Radek Faksa just take 3 hard strides. He's behind the play, but he finishes the strides. He goes the distance. He hits Luke Schenn, who puts him under pressure, creates a turnover, and then Faksa moves it over across the ice. I believe it was maybe to Jake Neighbors, who then sets up Toropchenko for a tip-in goal. Luke Schenn, then after the goal goes in, smokes the stick against the glass in frustration, breaks another stick when he gets back to the bench. But that type of play in itself, I think, shows the stress It shows the wear and tear that Luke Shen felt in that shift, in that game. And over time, you're hoping that the defensemen, for the Winnipeg Jets especially, they do feel that. And that is established from just games after games of coming back to their D zone and knowing that they're going to be punished. I mean, I can't think of one play last night where the Jets defenders turned around to go get a puck and they did not get hit, right? It's an investment. There's no question about it. But I think the Blues have the horses right now to do it. They're healthy enough to do it. It's really been led by their captain, Braden Shen, but everyone contributed last night. Definitely the most physical game. Quite honestly, guys, just as I take a step back, and I kind of had, my good 2 hours of sleep last night to really think about this game. This game to me was probably top 5 most exciting Blues games that I have witnessed since being in the booth for my 8 seasons. I mean, clearly you have the Dallas game 7 with Pat Maroon. That's, to me, still going to be number 1. But outside of that, I think this one is probably in that 2 to 3 range for the last probably decade for this Blues fan base. But not only the anticipation and excitement of playoff hockey again, but just the way they played. And Doug, to your point, the physicality, it just kept people on the edge of their seat all game long. There was never any lulls in the game. There was never any lulls in the energy. It stayed just fluent and stayed consistent. For 60 minutes of play, just an exciting game. It's a shame it was so late because I know a lot of the kids probably would have loved to be a part of that, but the adults were having some fun times.
Yeah, I would tell you this. There was a look, and I don't know if you saw it. It was on the television broadcast. After they scored, I think, the second goal, they cut to Montgomery, and he had this, satisfied smirk on his face, like he knew it was coming, and he loved seeing them be able to execute it. So it's one thing to have the anticipation, especially with a puck drop at 8:50 that goes on all day. Another thing, as you and Kerber talked about, the first playoff game in 3 years, but then to play that way and dominate that way, it lived up to or exceeded the hype, and it sends a message, no matter what, that this team, despite all that they've been through, in particular over the last month and a half with injuries, is able to compete with the team that was the best in the league throughout the course of the regular season. I want to get your perspective on that specific part of it, because when they lose, we, including me, certainly at the top of the list, talk about the injuries. Dylan Holloway, Parayko might not necessarily be himself. Robert Thomas, hobbled. What did you see from a health standpoint last night with the guys, certainly a couple of whom we were wondering about following game 2, Joey?
Yeah, I think that the Parayko one, I think we can kind of silence that one to the point where he is good enough not only to play, but he's good enough to make a big impact in the game. Him moving his feet up the ice, him driving the offense, him and his shot, of course, at the point when he scored that goal. I mean, he has been very, very he's been very, very present, if you will, now in this series for now how he is playing, number one. I think Robert Thomas certainly has taken a step back from a speed standpoint. I think he's close. He's definitely good enough. But it's funny. He's a player where he's so smart, where he doesn't necessarily need to lean on just his speed. He is such an intelligent hockey player. I mean, his pass to Cam Fowler on that kind of a breakaway chance there that Cam Fowler scored on the first period, it's just plays like that. I mean, we're looking at, one of the best distributors in the National Hockey League right now. And I'm not just saying that out of bias. Look at the numbers. I mean, since the Four Nations break, this is arguably the hottest player in the National Hockey League. And it's not just from his shot. It's from the distribution. It's from finding seams. It's from the anticipation, the no-look passes, putting pucks in areas where players are going to be, not where they are. All those little high hockey IQ things that make players great. Robert Thomas is having that. And I think that last night is another example of this team doesn't go anywhere without him. So he has certainly been the alpha. So from a health standpoint, I think the Blues are really starting to kind of come around a little bit. I think the fact that they can use 4 lines deep and 6 defensemen is an honor, and it's a great luxury they have. I mean, you remove Ryan Suter and you put Tyler Tucker in, and I thought Tyler Tucker had a fantastic game. I thought he controlled a lot of the pace of the game. But last night's game, like you said, Tim, it's worth reiterating. This was a kind of call out to the league, if you will, that the St. Louis Blues are real. They're not going anywhere. This is going to be a long series. And quite frankly, at the end of the day, this is a Stanley Cup contender. Because when you have a performance where you go up against the greatest team in the regular season, the team that won the President's Trophy, and not only beat them, but you physically beat them. You mentally punish them. You emotionally crush them, right? You do all those things, and you see it in their faces. You saw it in Mark Scheifele at the end of the game. You saw it in Scott Arneal during TV timeouts. He looked like a ghost, and then you look at Jim Montgomery during TV time. It was a great, great picture. It was a TV timeout. The Blues were up 6-2, and I think it was like halfway through the period. The game's pretty much over. That doggone Jim Montgomery, he loves to coach hockey. He had his whiteboard out. He reminded me of John Wooden. I never saw John Wooden live. I didn't watch it when I was young, but from what I gather, from what I read about John Wooden, he just loved to coach. He loved the characters. He loved the personalities. He loved the communication. And then he just grabs that whiteboard, and this is a guy that just loves to coach. He loves to teach. And, he told me a couple weeks ago, he's like, you think about all the timeouts in a game. And I was kind of like, what do you mean? He goes, well, there's 10 timeouts. And I was like, no, you only get one timeout. He's like, no, you get 10 timeouts. Like, don't ever forget that. And it's true. You get 3 TV timeouts a period, and then you get 1 timeout you can use whenever you want. It's amazing how many coaches don't use the TV timeouts to teach. And you look at the next game you go to, I promise you, 4 out of the 9 TV timeouts you see in a game, he's got that whiteboard, and he's coaching somebody. So that's the energy of our side. And then you look at the energy of Scott Arneal, you look at the energy of the Winnipeg Jets. They were defeated, guys, mentally, emotionally, and physically, where it's going to be interesting to see what happens if they have a pushback. Now, the last 2 seasons, this group, they have not had that pushback. They just haven't, right? They win that first game, they lose the next 4. It's happened multiple times now. So I don't know if the leaders of that group, the Scheifeles and the Connors, Luke Schen's, the Stanley Cup champion, but outside that, they don't have a ton of experience with Stanley Cup champions. We will see if they have that pushback, because right now, again, that win last night wasn't just a win to make this a 2-1 series. It was a statement. It was a statement to the Jets. It was a statement to the league that this St. Louis team is real, and when they play like they know they can, guys, I just don't know if there's any team right now that can beat what we saw last night in the 7-game series.
How great is it to hear that? We will see what the response is Sunday at noon. Joey Vitale will have the call with Chris Kerber. Blues and Jets. Game 4 pregame here on 101 ESPN, 11 a.m. Puck drop at 12 p.m. And then Joey will host a farming program following the game where he will talk about the newest chickens. And I think Edmonds is going to do that. Yeah, Joey Vitale.
Why are we farming?
It's too hot. Joey, always enjoy it. It's always adventurous. And now we've learned about Sally Sue.
She's a missile?
Yeah, she's a missile.
That's what they say nowadays. What did you call a good-looking woman in your day, Doug? Was it just a pretty woman?
Doug, it's like
we would make the outline of a figure and say va 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 voom.
Va 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 voom. I like that. I'm gonna walk in the house. My wife's probably doing the dishes right now. I'm gonna say va 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 voom. I'm gonna let you know how it goes.
Okay, yeah. Hit her with that one.
Text me. Let me know.
Let's give Joey some work boots. I mean, he's got chickens, he's got parakeets, and he's traveling. I'm giving you my work boots today.
Construction hat, maybe.
I'm going to hope that when I say va va voom to my wife doing the dishes, she doesn't have a butcher knife in her hand, because she will turn on me.
No, she'll love it. Yeah. And you make the outline of a figure, of a lady's figure, va 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 voom. They see that in the movies all the time.
I'm going to give you a full report here in a little bit.
Hubba.
Thank you, Joey. Jackson is potting him down.
If I didn't bot him down, he just might stay on in perpetuity.
There was a Burwell column, and it was about Serena Williams, and the last line of the column just said hubba hubba. It's like, guess that's the equivalent of vavoom.
Similar.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email today. Martin, you know something about Design Air, don't you?
Design Air since 1904. That's a long time ago, and the fact that they're still going strong means they're doing something right. A lot of businesses come and go, but when you've been around that long, that means customers have been satisfied for decades. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation now, leading this family-run business. Air conditioners about to get kicked in at some point here for months and months. Good idea. Get a little tune-up right before the summer season takes hold. Go online, designairservice.com. That's their website. They sponsor email of the day, longest running TMA spot. Tim, everybody wants to say, I'm associated. This guy, day one.
Yeah. Thanks,
longest running. Seth Goldcamp. So for all your furnace needs in the winter, AC needs during the summertime, make sure it's Design Air. They will not upsell you when they're there. Service team's going to get things up and running, not trying to pressure you. They make sure that their technicians know that. Repair the furnace, the HVAC, whatever it is, get it done. No high-pressure sales. They just won't do that. It's one of the reasons they've been so successful for all these years. It's designairservice.com.
Design Air email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Joey Vitale with us here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Foursomes for the Dotem went on sale just 45 minutes ago. You can get yours at 101ESPN.com to spend time with us May 29th and or May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with TMA. Breakfast from Donut Drive-In included. Lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken included. Dinner from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday, Super Smokers on Friday included. All your golf included. All your Michelob Ultra is included. Plus, you have the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition and a long drive contest courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast. Registration is now open at 101ESPN.com. And our charity partner this year for the Dotem is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Sign up your foursome now at 101ESPN.com. The Friday foursomes are going to be gone. So get yours ASAP. And when those sell out, you will have Thursday available May 29th. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you're working on some summer vacation plans or just looking to get away, you want to go somewhere warm, somewhere fun, how about Las Vegas? How about Florida? How about Hilton Head? You can get to all these great destinations from one airport. That's Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, located in Mascoutah, Illinois, just across the river here, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. Get online at flymidamerica.com. 7 different Florida locations, whether it's Fort Lauderdale down there in southern Florida, or you want to go to Destin, Fort Myers, either side of the coast. Find out more about these Allegiant destinations. You're going to get a great price and also the convenience of Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Parking is less than $10 a day. Giant parking lot right there next to the terminal. Typical time from parking to gate is about 15 minutes. Think about your typical flight. There's no way you can match that. Great convenience, great value, and awesome destination. Some great values for our veterans as well. Find out more at flymidamerica.com. Want to get somewhere warm, get somewhere fun, and do it at a low price? You can do that at Mid-America St. Louis Airport.
The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. Cardinals and Brewers, Doug.
Well, this series will really tell a lot, Tim. Are we in it? Are we not in it? This could be the turning point to the whole season.
What is Busch Stadium going to look like on Sunday for that game? With the Blues playing at the exact same time.
Yeah, it won't be good. It won't be pretty.
Weather's not going to be a problem this weekend, Matt?
No.
Because even if you're not going to the Blues game on Sunday, you want to watch. So even if somebody gave you Cardinals tickets, like, God, I just wouldn't mind going to the ball game. It's always fun just to go to a game, but I want to watch the Blues game.
And, you know, we've made a point of saying that some people are afraid to go downtown for the Cardinal games. They're not afraid to go to Blues games or City games or Battlehawk games. City and Blues sell out every game and playing at night. So maybe that's not the factor that, you know, that we think it is.
I think it's one of those deciding factors. If you're on the fence, I think I'll skip it. Cards Brewers. Cards Brewers. What more do you want, Doug?
No.
Cards Brewers.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
How about that?
Thank you, Chuck. There
Brewers
you
are
go.
500. Cardinals are 5 games under 500. These are a couple of juggernauts going head-to-head who simply don't like each other.
I miss when Charlie cared about baseball. Now he's got like the new left rear tire changer for Denny Hamlin on the show. Jesus. Get back to baseball, son.
It is a Friday 8 o'clock hour tradition here on the program. It's been all Blues all the time, and will continue to be, I would imagine, throughout the course of the day here on 101 ESPN after what Joey Vitale said is maybe his second or third favorite game that he's called since he joined the Blues broadcast team in 2018. And it was great to talk it over with Joey. You missed that, you can go back and podcast, whether it be on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL or the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center 101 ESPN app. But right now, at this moment, Doug, we enjoy the week that was here on the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen with the drops of the week.
Morning After.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like it's hot, dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Put that off. Put that off. Put that off. Put that off.
Clip that off. Colton Carew and the old vet Fowler.
Give him some tongue meat.
I'll eat it like I want it.
How long did it take to get the dong off your face?
Do you guys have any decent questions?
That isn't a terrible question.
That is a question. It's a strong question. It's one of the best questions ever.
I'm sitting there like, shut the hell up and hurry up. Anyway.
Get off! Get off!
He's going to cut a bitch?
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
I love Italian food. I'm a paisan.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, Dan Alaska. You are the best. Stay alive. Thanks for coming on, Gary. Appreciate it.
Do you have a tent?
I can't get off.
I had a big dong driven all over my face.
Not straight, usually.
That was drops of the week.
Drop, down, drop. Get it.
There it is, Doug. The drops of the week. How can you not feel good about the work that we do here?
It's just, it's confusing at times, head-scratching, befuddling, and yet that's our presentation.
That's right. That's what we do. It's how we decide to put food on the table.
Does Vitale have a Ripken-esque streak of appearing in the drops of the week?
Yeah, he's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Jamie Rivers tends to get on there a lot.
He was the get off guy. Get off.
Yeah, I feel like he's told us her before, and I've used that in the drops of the week. But he doesn't. I don't think he's realizing what he's saying, and it's just red meat for me.
Matt Holliday usually doesn't like the
When he
questions
pops on.
being asked.
Yeah. Rich Gould, anytime he comes on, I can make just drops of the week of Rich Gould.
Let's not talk Cardinals today. It's been such a great morning. Do not bring it down, Doug.
Hey,
DJ Patty Cakes. That was the first Cardinal question, and it was really not necessarily breaking down the Cardinals in the weekend series with the Brewers so much as what is it going to look like at Busch Stadium this weekend, and in particular on Sunday afternoon when the Blues are playing at the same time. Because, Martin, as you just said, even if you weren't planning on going to the Blues game, you want to be able to watch the Blues game. And so that will be really something to see on Sunday afternoon. Much less tonight and Saturday, but in particular when they're going heads up.
And the official guess here is that the Battlehawks outdraw both the Cardinals and the Blues.
We're saying next Friday,
Yeah,
all
the Sundress
three,
special.
all three could be playing at the same time. Well, the Blues are going to be in the 18, 19,000. That's a sellout. And Battlehawks, even though they're a little down this year numbers-wise, they're probably still mid-20s for a Friday night game. And Cardinals are probably... It's sold tickets, and it is the Mets. Mets have nothing to hang their heads on.
And there's really no way of knowing what the crowd size is. You know, of people actually showed up.
Yeah, I would think a Friday Mets series probably sells in the upper 20s. But I'm going to say Battlehawks by a nose, Doug. As far as
I'll say it's the Blues by a nose. I think the Battlehawks are going to be the ones that really feel the crunch on this one, I think.
Wow.
Because I think the people that might go to a Battlehawk game are probably going to want to watch the Blues game at least.
They love the fans, not money.
That's the big thing.
That part.
It's not liking money. That's huge for us.
Somebody says it's the Brewers, not the Mets. Well, we're talking about next Friday, but I love being corrected, especially when it's not what we're talking about. Next Friday.
Would you like me to block this fellow?
No, it's fine. Next Friday.
Is that Mr. Siders? Was that who's the Steven Time? Who's the other Kwame Voyoukas IV? You've got your own Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Although Mr. Siders might be on both your Mount Rushmores.
Yeah.
And by the way, Mr. Siders is saying he is looking to join a foursome for the Dotem.
Well, he seems like a fun guy.
Go to hell.
No. We want everyone out there enjoying the time.
Yeah, come on out. I can't wait. The haters, friends of the show, can't wait to meet everyone. But this was, Tim, the correction came from the 386 area code.
Doug, what area code is 386?
I just don't know.
I've never heard that area code before. I have the answer. It's Daytona Beach.
Oh, is it really?
From the 386. We were referring to next Friday, when the Blues could potentially host a Game 6, Cardinals hosting the Mets, Battlehawks playing at home on a Friday night.
The
Jackson,
386.
that's against Bob Stoops and the Arlington Renegades.
Hell yeah.
Bob Stoops must be kind of bored.
But Jackson's going to be down at the lake. And Sharon and Clayton / Sanibel / Maui / Michigan says you need to get a tetanus booster before you go.
I'm good. I got a tetanus shot 5-6 years ago.
Did you swim in the water down there?
No. Hard pass.
You're going to the Zarks?
You never jump into the lake?
Not on purpose.
Not on purpose. What about some water skiing, eh?
I don't water ski.
How about jet ski?
I like jet skiing. That's fun. That I would do because you don't necessarily have to get in the water. No offense to anyone who does. I do what you want.
No offense to anyone who likes to get into the water at the Ozarks.
I just think there's a... Nah, I'm not going to get into it. It's Friday. I'm trying,
If you're going to talk trash, know your facts, loser. That's from the 239. What is going on?
You're getting 239. That's
is this
Fort
the same
Myers.
guy you were talking about earlier, Martin, or is this directed at one of?
No, I think
any of us could be, and maybe in fact, losers.
I think the 239 is mad at the 386 for correcting us.
That's Florida warfare.
You're starting to understand the text inbox dynamics.
Well, this
Martin.
onboarding is really taking hold.
239 is Naples and Fort Myers, so there's some inter-Florida warfare going on there.
Sniping from each coast.
East Coast, West Coast.
I've said one thing to Marty in the last week. Must have really stung, though, and it was spelled T-H-O. You like that? I like when it's spelled T-H-O.
No, I don't.
That's from Mr. Siders.
Well, maybe Mr. Siders and I are bonding slowly, Tim.
He says, anyone need a sexy single for the Dotem? So I guess there are people who booked threesomes, and then they want another person to join them for their foursome at the Dotem.
Yeah. Where someone just buys a foursome and is like, I know I'll fill it. You know?
Yeah. Smart move. That's a veteran move. There are, let's see. Yeah, Friday is just about gone. And then if you want to play Thursday, there's room at the Inn on Thursday, May 29th. That's when Dan Jansen's going to carry my clubs.
That was not weird at all. He called it. He knows the course. He does. Inward, the inward 9 and the outward 9.
And he didn't sound like a kid, sound like an experienced
I've
gentleman.
met Dan Jansen. He was at the TMA Christmas party.
Phi Alpha.
was he?
SAE from Rockers.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 760 texted in, Tim. Did you see that? Both these weird area codes can suck it. And the 760 is the Southern and Eastern California.
Now, are these people listening
Oceanside.
there? You think they used to live there and they still got the same phone numbers?
Like producer Joe and his 770 area code. ATL hasn't been there in 2 decades.
Well, call in 760-239. And who was the guy who was mad? What was the weird number? 386.
239 is also Naples. Please DM me. I want to know who would listen to this in Naples. We may have mutual friends. That's from Mr. Licks.
The 423 has chimed in.
Yeah, he's requesting some kind of mouth play.
Okay, blocking.
423 Eastern Tennessee, including major cities like Chattanooga and Kingsport.
Woo! I drive through Chattanooga on my way to spring training. Battlehawks will have 30K plus on Friday night. Caw-caw. That's from Wright City Hoss.
I don't know. I don't know if they will. I hope they do, but I don't. I kind of doubt it this
Would
time.
you go down to see Juan Soto next? I like Francisco Lindor. He's a fun ball player.
The Polar Bears on that club.
They just played those fellas. Didn't go too well.
No.
Seriously, did I just get blocked? Do I need to call in and complain, Doug? That's from Doug's prison walk.
I am this close to blocking you. This
Call
close.
in and complain.
He said, did Doug block me? Doug, did you block Doug's prison?
I'm about to.
A suspension is different than a blocking.
Right.
Jackie, who do you want to hear from? 386-239-760 or the 423? You pick.
I spent a good amount of time in the 239, so I'd like to hear from that person.
All right, the 239 who came running to our defense. Call in.
Anyone want me as your fourth? I'll bring my 20-something gal pal. She won't wear a bra and has pierced nips. She's neat. She can be our four caddy. Doug, that's from Beer Cats, and he won the TMA Listener of the Month. Was that January 2023?
Yeah.
I don't know the years.
Live from Ocho Rios.
Yeah,
Jamaica.
that was our first conclave.
But Beer Cat has dipped his beak in the hot wife waters.
Cut that off.
Bizarre.
So we don't
Sounded
know
like kink
what he
shaming
might
with
be
that
up to.
drop. I just want to let you know what I heard.
It was more about his text that was bizarre. I don't want to kink shame. Never do.
How about Sharon shut the hell up for the week also? Sharon, how do you feel about your feet? That's from Tom Bernansky's Batwing. Doug, the Cardinals acquired Tom Bernansky in '89 for Tommy Herr, am I right?
I believe that's true. He
And
played
he
right
misplayed
field.
a ball on Labor Day weekend against the Cubs, allowing Jerome Walton to advance. Is that correct?
I don't remember that particular play. He was a pretty good player, though.
Got to
What do you think career
show
homers?
prep.
Tom Bernansky. 300, Doug? You think?
Career homers? I doubt he had that
Wow,
many.
I'm going to take the under on that.
Yeah, maybe 200.
Sharon and Clayton is not going to shut the hell up. She's let us know. 239 is Lee County, Florida, a.k.a. Southwest Florida. Includes Fort Myers, Naples, Sanibel, Cape Coral, and Bonita Springs. Not exclusive Licks. Captive Island, too. That's from Sharon and Clayton. It sounds like she's now sideways with Mr. Licks.
Tom Bernansky, 271 career homers.
Yeah, he's a good player.
My make-a-wish would be Doug Vaughn and I were conjoined twins that were born facing each other.
Okay.
Thrill Fan
Who was
22.
that?
I don't know
Who
what's
was that?
going on
Oh.
anymore, but I like it.
Who was it, Tim?
Thrill Fan 22.
Thrill Fan 22, you just got yourself suspended with that smart mouthery. You've been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and I'm putting a lien on your home.
Wow.
So that hurts a little bit.
You're in a position to put liens on people's homes?
Uh-huh. Putting a lien on there.
Mr. Licks is sideways with Sharon and Clayton. Sharon and Clayton sideways with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Mr. Licks now sideways with Beer Cats. Warning to anyone thinking about taking up Beer Cats on his offer. That person he's talking about bringing is a Festus 4 who he engaged in play with in the back of a Dodge Intrepid with cloth seats after she had a 7-hour shift behind a bar. That's from Mr. Licks.
Oh.
He is now hot wife
He's shaming
shaming
cloth seats.
and Dodge Intrepids.
I was during the Joey V interview, the Boston Market ad bot, who's just a wonderful friend of the program, put on the YouTube chat, does anything happen outside of Festus? And to that, I don't know, because I guess that's where Joey gets his chickens.
Well, that's right. He went down to Festus to get the chickens.
My cousin has chickens in her backyard.
Is that right?
Shout out to Ray Ray. Yeah, she has.
Ray.
Yeah, she has.
Ray
chickens.
McLeod?
Yes, Ray
Got the
McLeod is my
wrong Ray.
cousin. I was over there on Sunday for Easter. Chickens everywhere.
I think each hen will give you about 3 or 4 eggs a week, is what I read.
Yeah. It's odd.
How are the eggs, boy?
I have not been able to sample them, but they say they speak
sure
very
they're
highly
good.
of it. Yeah.
But if a chicken costs you $50 or so, is it worth saving $1 on eggs?
I'll tell you what, a chicken up close is a freaky looking animal.
Oh my.
It is. It's bigger than you think. Yeah, Chairman. Yeah.
Small little head.
It's creepy kind of looking. I'm not a fan.
And Earl Weaver was a Banty Rooster?
He was the Banty Rooster. Yeah, you could hear him a mile away.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air heating and cooling email of the day coming away at 10:45. Joey Vitale with us on the magic that was Game 3 of the Blues and Jets. And guess what, Doug? Now we've got a series.
Yeah, we do.
And we know this thing's going to the Sundress Special if the Blues can win on Sunday at noon at Enterprise Center. Puck drop noon and pregame here on 101 ESPN at 11 a.m. And I'm trying to get a time for you on the Sundress Special. Of course, those have not been announced, but the other games that are also scheduled for Friday, May 2nd, when the Cardinals will be taking on the Mets and the Battlehawks and Bob Stoops doing battle. The Ning and the Panthers and the Ning are fighting for their lives down 2-0 as they head across the state to take on the Panthers. So that one might not still be being played by the time Friday, May 2nd rolls around. The Caps are supposed to be in Montreal. That one might not still be going on by the time Friday, May 2nd rolls around. And the other one, which I would wager heavily will not be going on, is Carolina at New Jersey. So what that means is Friday, May 2nd, should it occur, the Sundress Special could be a 7 p.m. prime time. How do you do? Setting the stage for a pony of all ponies in downtown St. Louis.
Well, if those other series are over, it frees up more fans to go to the Battlehawk games.
Because they're Capitals fans?
Yeah, they'll come here for that.
That game next Friday, by the way, on the 2 Fox. You were wondering, would there be a pregame show? The answer is yes, 6:30.
Oh, that'll be great.
Thinking about having Jackson on to talk some chicken and some Battlehawks.
I'm open to it.
I thought you were going to the lake.
Oh, that's right.
We'll record it ahead of time. We'll pretend it's live.
That would be really funny.
Good morning. This is Sally Sue the Missile. Keep my name out your damn mouth. That's from the 314, and that's a text directed at Joey Vitale. So now everybody's mad at each other, Doug, even though the Blues got a glorious victory last night. Hate to see it.
I do, too. I think we could come together and just get along for a while.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in, Doug. Those are the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Well, Collier and Thompson can help you make your house look like a showplace. If you're thinking about moving, maybe you don't need to. Maybe you just need to fix your home up. That's what a lot of people are doing now, and that's where Collier and Thompson comes in, because they can redo any part of your home and make it look like $1 million. I've seen a lot of the work that they've done. Just incredible what they have done, and not just recently, but over the years. They've been in business since the 1950s, and you can't stay in business in St. Louis or anywhere else, really, unless you're doing outstanding work, and that's what Collier and Thompson does. And the big thing about them is these are contractors that you can trust. Sometimes you don't know who you got coming into your home. You try to save a buck and you get your Uncle Binky's cousin out here working, trying to redo your kitchen. Doesn't work. Collier and Thompson is a company what you can trust to be in your home. They will always be there to back up their work. They stand behind every job that they do, and during the process, they will always be available there for you. The Collier and Thompson team cares about the work that they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they produce. Maybe you don't want to redo the entire kitchen. You don't have the budget for that, but you would like to get some new appliances. They've got that too for you. Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, Bosch. They carry all the top brands. I bought a microwave oven from there a month or two ago. It just works like a charm. They have great appliances there. Just a new appliance, a new fridge can make you feel better about your kitchen. Give Collier and Thompson a chance to make you happy with their home. They've been doing that for many, many years, and they would like the chance to do that for you as well. Collier and Thompson's on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
There it is. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And now they're not happy with Joey Vitale. How can you not be happy with Joey Vitale? Sorry, you're a wacko if you have chickens. Get a life, man.
I don't know.
It's from the 314.
Be a fun thing for kids. He's got a house full of kids. He'll have a great time with that.
Doug, how are we going to have group sex with the listeners at the chorus with all this fighting? That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Oh. I feel like our
Doug's debating whether they'll answer the actual question.
I feel like our text line is becoming a dating app. I'm not sure that was the intended purpose when we started it.
About to get real in here.
Have any of you guys ever gotten a date off the text line?
No.
Papers, no. Chairman Kurt? Uh-oh. That might be a yes. I might have picked up a read, Martin.
Not directly off the text line. No.
Oh, my. Wow.
But you met someone from TMA?
Yeah.
A TMA audience member?
Was he a missile?
Yeah.
Did you say he?
I'm sorry.
Good one, Martin.
They. Say they.
No, not off the text line.
Okay. But close.
Text line adjacent.
Okay.
Good. I like that term. Text line adjacent. Maybe Joey can out that yappy hen Sharon in his new coop. Go back to work, Sharon. That Rodon and Fields merch in your garage is taking your poor husband's parking spot. That's from Arbor Day.
Gosh. Why do they come after her so much?
That's when you're the star, the Real Housewives of TMA. It's kind of the
I
thing
guess.
that puts you in that territory.
Yeah.
You know, but she'll have her own Vanderpump Rules soon.
God, I was checked out of that whole situation. I didn't know anything about it.
Do you think I did?
No, I don't know. It was just seemed like everyone.
I don't even know. Doug, what is the situation on Vanderpump Rules that Jackson references?
I don't know. I like woke up one day and everybody was talking about it. I was like, I don't even know what this is.
Everybody? Like your buddies Herb and Private Citizen Pete? These guys you're going to the lake with next Friday?
Probably. They keep their ears to the streets. I don't know.
I've never seen any of those
I know.
shows.
Sometimes I just like check out
Outside of Edmund's appearances and the incredibly creative editing, when I go, oh my God, this is one of the worst things I've ever seen. That's my knowledge on it. So I don't know what the Vanderpump Rules is. I just know it was a spin-off from The Real Housewives, which I think Sharon and Clayton's on her way to.
Right.
How do you not have drops from Jimmy on that show? Like, where's the blender? Like, there's got to be some great ball game outtakes available.
Good morning. I'm 42, 6'4", 280 pounds. I own 3 parakeets. I love the caca, and I'm looking for a new hen. Doug, that's Dale in Grubville putting himself out there.
So it is a dating site. That's what it's become.
Naked bodies.
Right.
This fellow's looking for a new hen.
6'4", 280. What are the measurables of this guy? I was watching the draft, Doug, and last night somebody said, this kid, he's got heavy hands.
You like that term?
Yeah,
And I said,
like
what
blue
the
feet.
hell?
I'm more interested in blue feet.
He's got heavy hands.
That's like Adam Timmerman, right? 6'4", 280. He might have been a little heavier than that.
A little shorter, maybe. Yeah, maybe 6'2", 300. Playing days.
It's a lot of man.
I'm not sure if caller Adam and his half-brother got a lot of kisses last night, but if that's what it took for the Blues to get 7 goals, I'm happy about it. That's in the 636. Doug, he invited you to join him in the lower bowl where he and his half-brother would be kissing?
Yeah, well, I didn't make it, did I?
Blues got 7 goals.
I saw him.
You went to the game?
I did.
Oh, God bless.
I was sitting in the section over from Adam. He had an absolutely ridiculous pair of footwear on.
Tennis shoes?
No, Velcro sandals.
Oh,
Like Tevas?
Hot.
Like what?
Tevas?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you're not crunchy enough.
But he did. He kissed me in the bathroom after the game.
No, he didn't.
I promise you, he did.
Oh, my God.
And he said that was the only kiss of the night, so I got the only caller Adam kiss.
Like on the cheek or something?
It was on the cheek, yeah.
Oh.
In the
It
bathroom.
was disappointing.
I thought about turning.
Well, I
last
have
second
kissed a
to go
man.
lip to lip, but
Yeah.
Women wanted to be him.
Guys, if this Dale says he's 6'4", 280, he's really 5'11", 320. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Skeptical. Beer Cats has issued his response to Mr. Licks. Licks, stop texting the show. That Ford Focus isn't going to clean itself, and Sharon and Clayton is coming to rent it for the weekend for her fancy dinner at Applebee's. That's Beer Cats going after both Licks and Sharon and Clayton in one text. Boy, I mean, Doug, even after a glorious win last night, Cardinals didn't lose yesterday. You would think that people would be bonding, and yet, unfortunately, this is what's going on. Well, see if there's bonding going on in the YouTube chat. 367 friends gathered. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra sponsor the YouTube chat. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best carpet installers, and he is compensating them $7 a square yard. That is great compensation in this industry. If you are interested in being a part of the Michael's Flooring team, go online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Just come into Michael's or talk to them, and you're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not just pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for Michael as they feel like family, and then that makes sure they're taken care of and then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series. First pitch tonight, 7:15 in St. Louis. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for your Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There's a long way to go, but these boys can skate. West Coast game, I'm staying up late. I might be up all night.
Yakety sax?
Let's go Blues, go for the gold. For that cup I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this baby.
Oh, dog. So good.
We can win.
Why wouldn't they play this last night at the Enterprise Center?
It's the AI Harry Connick.
Sounds like it.
Larry Tonic, if I have to have a fake name.
Right.
It is TMA. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark is online at evergreenstl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. And you are welcome to text in 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And, of course, the YouTube chat, especially active today. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Iggy is in the YouTube chat.
Is he really?
And he says, AI is ruining this country, or should I say A1? What does that mean?
I've got a landing strip.
Sometimes when you type AI, it looks like A1.
Yeah, but Iggy wrote, AI is ruining this country, or should I say A1? So if he meant to say AI, it would be, or should I say AI? That wouldn't make any sense.
No.
See what I'm saying?
The whole comment makes very little sense.
I'm concerned for that Saints offensive lineman from Texas, baby. He should have been sleeping. That's from Percy Blumpkin.
What does that mean?
Is that a draft breakdown?
There was a shot of in their home, and I guess his lady friend was holding the baby. And if I'm not mistaken, the baby vomited on camera.
Ooh, rainbow shower. Mm-hmm. Very rare.
No kink shaming, Doug.
That was that Annie Sprinkle? That was her thing.
I don't know.
Annie Sprinkle. Wow.
Yeah, she's going to be on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Sit down. A1 sauce and overcooked steaks are, damn it, Doug. That's from Big Blonde Dan. So,
God. That's his comment.
Thanks for clearing it up.
Uh-huh. Stay off the computer, folks. Just put the phone down. Step away from your computer if that's what you're using.
There's 350 people in there talking.
Take a walk. Get out and about a little bit. Get away from the screen. And get yourself a reset.
Guys, Linda McMahon called it A1. That's from the 314.
Oh, okay.
Linda McMahon, Vince McMahon's wife, called AI A1. Is that what's in reference to?
I don't know.
It's interesting. There are a lot of people, I guess people really tuned into that WrestleMania.
Well, she's a Secretary of Education.
Okay, McMahon is where I got confused.
Wife of Vince McMahon.
Got it, okay.
There is a connection.
Oh, okay. It's not like
There's a lot going on
It's
here.
not like a Jim McMahon situation. It's not related
He
at
had
all.
a Pete Rozelle headband, Martin, in the 1985 season.
Yeah. Didn't like being put in his place. How about that draft, huh?
Luther Burden, nothing doing.
So when did that? I have not watched all of the predictions over the last couple of months, but last August, Luther Burden, first-round pick,
Yes.
top 10 maybe.
Yes.
Didn't have an unbelievable year for Mizzou, but season end, all right, he's going to be a first-round pick. And then all of a sudden, just dropping off. He's on most people's board today for best available. There's going to probably be a
Oh, is that
second.
right? He's
I saw
listed
a
as-
couple of lists, like top 3, top 5 for best
Oh, top
available.
3, top 5. I didn't know if he was listed as the... Like, where's Shador Sanders? That's certainly the topic from the draft with him
Best
not
available.
getting picked.
It is a great spectacle, I got to say. When they took it out of Radio Green Bay people that show up and like, hey, $100 each, you guys throw this gear on. You're the Falcons section. You're the Buccaneers section. Would you get in your car and travel to the draft just to cheer on your team's
I would
pick?
not. I might go if they held it in St. Louis. It might be a fun thing to go and be a part of, a part of the party. But
Or like
I would
Vegas?
not go to Buffalo to
Right,
go.
or Green Bay. It's just I find that people going to the because it probably costs a lot of money to travel, and you're
And
going.
Green Bay's not easy to get to.
No, like I think it's really odd.
Flying to Appleton, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Licks wants to talk about traveling to the NFL draft. He's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Licks.
You wanted to talk NFL draft, Martin?
Well, if you can pick up the energy level just a bit, yes.
Nice. You guys talking to A1 Steak Sauce?
Yes, briefly. And AI.
There's a guy I have, if anyone wants, I have a hookup for A5, and it's not easy to find a good supplier of that because it has to be off market. But
Okay, I'll bite. What is A5?
It's a type of beef.
Type of beef, okay.
It's the highest yielding grade you can get in terms of meat quality.
All right.
And you can't really buy it at. We don't have like high quality. I mean, we have good grocery stores, but we're in St. Louis, and there's just a limited amount of high quality things you can buy here. And so you have to go off market.
Just across the board, Tim.
But you can get it because you've got a hookup.
Yes, I wanted to let the listeners know that. By the
Sharon
way,
and
Gourmet
Clayton
to Go
has
closed
just
a
jumped in, Licks, and said, we are talking Drano, Licks, as in you drinking a gallon. That's from Sharon and Clayton, the queen bee of Doug's Real Housewives of TMA.
Yeah, hey, Sharon and Clayton, I bet you finance your Uber Eats orders. Okay, so shut it.
Finance your Uber Eats order.
Four interest-free
layaway?
4 interest-free payments.
Yeah. 4 interest-free payments.
Okay, was that it? You've got a guy for A5 hookups?
I also have a hookup. I guess me every time. Gourmet to Go closed a couple weeks ago, and it hasn't been talked about quite as much as I would have liked. But also another just quick shout out to the listeners. I have the recipes for their Santa Fe dip, for their picnic pie, and I have 3 quarts of their champagne dressing in my freezer. Hit me up if you need any of that.
Okay, how should they get in touch with you?
They know.
Okay.
Doug, they know.
All right.
Mr.
Alan Dadeville just texted me, Sharon sucks.
Wow.
Quick things. Shout out Matt Holliday. By the way, pretty representative of the Cardinals. I saw a commercial where they did a spoof commercial where like Helsley walks into a meeting and they play like the Hells Bells song.
Mm-hmm.
They use a fake Hells Bells song. They couldn't pay up for the rights.
Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild.
They're using that one?
By the way, Jackson, I would recommend playing that on like 1.25x the speed. It really amps it up because that's how I podcast. It sounds so much better.
Is that
if you just
right?
give
I'm
it that
curious.
extra
I'm gonna
quarter
take a listen
speed.
to that way. Do you listen on?
It
to
really
all?
helps.
Yeah, fair. Do you listen to all podcasts on 1.2?
1.25.
Yeah,
I would say yes.
Yeah, I've been
I would
toying
say
around with
yes.
the idea. 'Cause I like
The
listening
only
to
problem
stuff.
is you don't get to hear.
Yeah.
You don't. The problem is you don't hear Tim's natural tone.
Sure.
And
Sure. No, I
by
understand
the
that.
way, Tim, you should be in the freaking Vatican right now. There's a papal conclave going on, and
yeah,
they need to be considering you.
He's not a cardinal.
I don't know if I would do it. But, Doug, if they did want me to be Pope, I would talk with them.
Would you? So, yeah. You're not ruling it out completely.
That's what I think it would be disrespectful to St. Gabriel's because I think we've only had 2 popes.
And you don't think people in nations around the world, if they heard your name as the next pope, might question that? What's this schlepper from Sports Talk Radio doing?
Also about 30 years too young for the job. They like to get him. They like to get him really old, and then they say immediately, "Oh, the Pope's health is in decline."
You'd still do the show, though, right?
We'd still do the show.
Yeah.
Kind of like Doug Gottlieb from the Vatican.
In the little bubble car.
I stand by Janet's statement that Charlotte is filled with a bunch of anti-Catholic schleppers.
That was a statement made in December, but Lixie, I'm glad for you bringing it up. Charlotte is anti-Catholic?
Yes. And the last thing I'll say, Beer Cats, stop sending me selfie videos of you in bed.
In bed?
In the world?
Took a turn.
What's he wearing?
Yeah. He's like trying to tell me all about this naked chick he has in his bed right now.
Oh.
And he keeps sending me videos. It's like really dark and creepy. I don't know. It's like I'm watching a nightmare.
Come here, big fella.
All right, Beer Cat, stop sending Mr. Licks videos of yourself in bed that are too dark. Lighten them up and then send them. Licks, have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for that. No, thank you so much for that, and I hope you have a great weekend, too.
Thank you, Mr. Licks. Doug, that's
Okay,
Mr. Licks A5. Now, Mr. Cider says you can get that at the Smokehouse Market, Annie Gunn's.
I'd never heard that term, A5.
It's like A5 Wagyu. It's like the highest grade you
I
can
like
get.
to play Mr. Licksback at 1.2.
Yeah.
Speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, be more time.
Jazz it up a little bit.
You'd like that in real life, just like a button.
Hit the buzzer, Jackie! Licks is the worst TMA listener in the past decade. He's such a try-hard clown. That's from the Concord Cock.
I disagree, personally. I like his take on 1.25 speed. Thinking about doing that.
Disappointed that Matt Holliday hasn't texted complaining.
He usually is listening, and Licks is the one that activates him. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen online at online brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. The longtime presenting sponsor now of TMA. Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman. They've been in St. Louis since 1979. That's when they were founded, and they are committed to this region. If you are in need of a personal injury attorney, aren't you going to want somebody who is local, who knows the market, who knows the legal environment? That's Brown and Crouppen. They are here. They are committed to this community. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, title sponsor of TMA. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. You can always go back and watch the program. 334 people are in there right now. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. It is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We ride. We ride. We ride. Feel the rhythm, hear the cheer. Oh yeah. Stanley's calling, the cup is near. Fast on the puck with tap is near. Feel fast on the puck. We're setting trends.
Doug, you like this one? This is kind of Maroon 5, I wonder?
Yeah.
Adam Levine recorded this?
Very Adam Levine coded.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanover, Greenwell Strategy sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Watch the show, youtube.com/TMA. STL, 342 friends in there talking it over like Bach Hog, the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer, DJ Patty Cakes, and Starvin' Marvin, who says Snuggie looks awesome. So impressed with him. That's Starvin' Marvin in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson has some audio of Cole Perfetti of the Jets, who was not pleased with the festivities last night, in particular the goal being disallowed in the second period.
I mean, I saw a video on the bench that looked pretty evident. I mean, I don't know what angle they saw. I mean, from what I understand, they said that they didn't have an angle of it, and meanwhile it was on the scoreboard, and their crowd kind of went, oh. Based on their reaction, I thought it was in the net, and I thought you could see the puck on its side in his glove, and his glove in the net. I don't know what else you got to do, but if it wasn't a goal, it was a good save, and it's good luck. It would have been nice to get that one and get the power play rolling and get us back in the game. But I thought it was a goal, but who knows? I don't really know anymore.
You pointed right away.
Oh yeah, I saw his glove in the net. Like obviously, he made a great save, but like I was on the goal line and I saw his glove in the net and his puck in the mesh of the glove, and you see it pretty evidently in the video, I think. Obviously biased, but yeah, like I don't know how much more they need to see the puck in the net.
I got to tell you, I don't disagree with a word the man said.
No, I don't either. Blues got a break on that one.
Certainly happy about it, but I don't disagree with Cole Perfetti of the Jets there.
I wonder if in the future there'll be some way to put a sensor in the puck and on the goal line.
They do it in soccer.
And you'll know without a doubt whether it crossed the line or not. Yeah.
The head coach of the Jets, however, didn't necessarily agree with Perfetti, or at least is certainly not spending much time discussing it. Scott Arniel saying, with regard to that specific play, there was no clear-cut picture that showed the puck was over the red line. It looked like it. There's lots of things that made it look like it was, but there was no perfect evidence that it was 100% over the line, and obviously the call on the ice was no goal. So there you go. With regard to polling Connor Hellebuck, this from the Winnipeg Free Press this morning. Doug, do you get the Winnipeg Free Press delivered?
Yeah, I just haven't read it yet today.
But it's in the driveway.
Yeah, it's waiting for me.
Doesn't happen often, but Arniel got the hook out in the third period polling Connor Hellebuck after he had given up 6 goals on 25 shots with 9:28 left in the game. Eric Comrie came in to play the remainder of the contest. The game got out of hand at the end of the day. I just had to get him some minutes. Hellebuck has now allowed 10 goals through 3 games. Nobody is pointing the finger at Hellebuck for the loss, but there's another level that the Vezina Trophy favorite needs to find as the series continues. They're monitoring him in Winnipeg. They know, man, what if he lets in a softie that leads to the decisive goal on Sunday at about 2:42 in the afternoon?
That'd be fun.
Oh, would it ever? And then 2 days to talk about it before Game 5 in Winnipeg, and then the Sundress Special in St. Louis on Friday, May 2nd. How do you do?
Well, this is why I'm getting the Winnipeg paper, so I can see how they react to it.
Is it free, Tim, or is there a subscription? Because it is the free press.
I subscribe to a lot of different publications. It kind of makes me a mark because there's an easy way to circumvent that, but I feel like, it's kind of like I pay for my Stag, I pay for my media.
Pay the artist.
Yeah, that's where I am. It is free, though, for those who would like to read it. WinnipegFreePress.com.
Is there a tariff involved?
I don't see any tariffs.
No
Doug's
tariff.
placing liens on people's homes, though.
Yeah. I got to get serious and get these people straightened up.
I don't disagree with Perfetti that it looked like it was a goal. Now, he didn't say it was the difference in the game. It would have been funny if you had a Strauss-esque columns in there. So then you would have just lost 7-3. But it could always change momentum. But I don't think they're spending a ton of time on it. I do think the Hellebuck story is going to be interesting if he has a bad game 4. I also wondered last night, when do you pull him just for his psyche?
Yeah.
Now, the 5th goal, it wasn't even quite mid-third period, so you're thinking, hey, he's a Vezina-winning goalie. We got to keep him in there. Best chance to make a comeback is with him in net. But when you get to that 6th goal, then it's like, Jesus, they hung a 6th spot on me. Like, I was wondering, when is it time to get him out of there just so he's not thinking about that big number he gave up.
Yeah, so it didn't get to be 8 or something.
Yeah.
He did cough up one behind his own net that was clearly his fault, but the Blues were all over him. I'm not sure he had a whole lot of chance on some of the others that beat him, that you would say, boy, that was a softie. I don't really know that there was any of those.
They're going to the blue paint, Doug.
Yeah.
Getting in
greasy
front.
areas.
Yeah, it's one thing. I mean, listen, 128 hits in that game. That is insane number of hits. And you know it's going to continue. And, Martin, you made reference to it. Jake Neighbors talked about it following the game. He's watching these other playoff series, and there's nothing else like what the Blues and the Jets are doing. The only one that would be relatively comparable from a statistical standpoint is the Senators and the Leafs. But otherwise, there's nothing that's even in the remote same camp as what's going on in the Blues and Jets series. And another thing, I mean, listen, you know, everybody on this program, well, at least 3 of the 4 of us are Blues fans, and it's not that Jackson's a Jets fan. He's just a bigger fan of what the Pistons are doing. And that game, there was a conflict last night. So plus he took an oath to Stephen Wildwood that he wouldn't watch the game, and it led to a Blues win. So if anything, I think Jackson should have been the number 1 star last night.
Work boots at least.
Work boots at a minimum. But even the losses in games 1 and 2, and then obviously last night, this has been a fun series to watch. I mean, there have been stretches of action where you're going, holy crap, it is something else. And there really is a good chance this thing goes 7. And it's starting to, you asked that question yesterday, Jackson, on the Stiefel dossier, when there have been in St. Louis sports organic rivalries form from postseason matchups. This one is starting to have some of the qualities that if these two teams played 4 more games, and the pressure that Hellebuck and the franchise in Winnipeg would have, and the fight and the youth and the, hey, we don't give a damn. Okay, Holloway's hurt. We already dealt with Parayko being hurt. We don't give a damn. We're here, and we're here to win. Attitude that the Blues have. This thing could wind up being a hell of a series. As far as an entertainment standpoint, sometimes you'll get a series that can go 7, and it might not necessarily have that. This thing through 3 has been entertaining. It's obviously been hard-hitting. And if it keeps going, I think there are going to be some names who play for the Winnipeg Jets that nobody knew 7 days ago that'll be household names around here over the next 2 weeks.
That's the best part of a playoff series. You
Amen.
really start to hate a couple of guys on the other team. Could also get the goalie chant going. They used to do the old bell for... Hellebuck's a little trickier.
Just kind of another syllable in there.
They were going Connor last night.
Connor.
They had the Connor going.
Hellebuck. You just kind of slur over that middle syllable there.
Somebody said a moment ago how impressed they were with Snuggerud. I would second that. Among the forwards last night, only Buchnevich and Thomas had more ice time. This is a guy who's 20 years old. He's been with the team, 2 weeks? 3 tops, and they are trusting him with the season on the line to be out there and play as much as anyone on the entire roster. That's pretty incredible. That tells you how much Montgomery thinks of him.
Yeah. And listen, this is not a shot at all at Dalibor Dvorsky, but he got up sooner, and, you know, he didn't stick. Snuggerud got up, and I realize there's an expected higher ceiling there. Certainly there's been a lot of talk about him, but he has been thrown into the fire. He was not thrown in when the Blues had already clinched a spot. He was thrown in when they were in need of every single point they got. literally. And now going up against the President's Trophy winner. So even if this series does not end with the Blues advancing to take on the Stars or Avalanche, Jimmy Snuggerud, at a very young age, less than a month into his NHL career, has had some incredibly valuable experience, as has a number of other guys. And, going back to the first game to where they are now, I think you would say there's been a substantial improvement across the board, at least with the forwards.
And you were able to get a guy like Thomas out of that game. You didn't need him in the last 4 or 5 minutes. So it was a little easier workload on him, a couple of extra days off. Because when he's right, and we said it, I mean, the top player points-wise since the Four Nations break, it would have been a shame if he was obviously limited on the ice. And that was a huge bounce-back game. I mean, Thomas has 4 assists, and we almost don't mention it because you got a guy with a hat trick, Pavel Buchnevich, and he's not even the number one star because Cam Fowler has a 5-point night. First time in Blues history, a guy who was in Anaheim who wasn't sure he wanted to come here. Remember, talked to some people around the league about whether it was the right move. And probably part of that, it was nothing to do with St. Louis. I think the Blues within the NHL have a really good reputation, but probably wasn't sure how much of an upgrade it was. You're going from a team in 11th place in the West to a team that's in 9th or 10th. I think at the time, it probably didn't seem like a sure playoff bet. So why make the move? But it's paying off huge for him. He hadn't been in the playoffs since, I think, 2017.
Yeah.
And now here he is,
and he's going from
star.
Southern California, the beaches of Orange County, where he'd been there for many years. I'm sure he had a ton of family out there, friends, to a city in the middle of America where he had never played before, probably didn't know a whole lot of people, and was no guarantee to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think he looked at the standings. He's like, well, why? I don't know. I mean, I can go there. Nothing against the Blues, but if I'm going to move, it should be for a playoff team. And he kind of rolled the dice, and now here he is, number one star.
Must not have liked the coach or the front office or something out there. Just ready for a change, maybe.
What about the weather?
The weather's better here than it is in Southern California, for sure.
Players don't ask to be overpaid.
That's the key right there. He wanted to go somewhere where the players played for next to nothing because they want to play for the fans.
Breaking news in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I am rescinding my offer to take my wife to Wright's Tavern next Friday night at 7:45. It's too effing good. I'll watch it on my G-damn phone. So Stephen Wildwood, I don't recall who was I think Mr. Licks actually was taking his wife to Wright's Tavern.
I offered Jackson to go.
Jackson's going to be in the Lake of the Ozarks, though.
The Zarks, that's right.
So Stephen Wildwood is going to go. I don't know how that's going to work for Licks. He's going to go get that A5 beef. He's got a hookup, and then he's got some salad dressing, he said, in his refrigerator that he wants to share with the listeners.
He's got it all. You can't brag in any more, big way than to say I got some salad dressing in my refrigerator, because not a lot of us can afford that anymore.
The beaches of the Gasconade River dwarf Malibu beaches in beauty and size. That's from Mongo.
Well, I have a carport.
Okay. Malibu's not in Orange County.
Snuggie takes me right back to Dougie Gilmore in 82, 83, 83, 84, coming up as a youngster and fitting right in the lineup. That's from the 618. Doug? Dougie Gilmore. Jimmy Snipes.
Well, and they talk about building chemistry and practicing from training camp through this long, long season, and how important it is to get to know your line mates and get that experience. And then here's a guy who comes right off a college campus, and he's playing all the time in the playoffs. Pretty incredible. It has to be a difficult change to make for his game, but he's certainly fit right in.
And Jets decided to target him, the young kid out there.
Boy, that was hot.
They got the Blues.
And Nick Leddy, always problematic.
Yeah, at the end of the I think he was even like, what are you guys doing? I'm just trying to get to the room. Jeez.
Martin, I know you got onboarding, a 10 o'clock onboarding session, but we will look forward to talking it over on Monday. Doug, ideally talking about a best of 3 in the first round after the Blues split the series and make it 2-2, heading back to Winnipeg on Wednesday.
Yeah. Just got to win one game, Doug. I always say, what did I say the other day? Can I sell you on that? Can you win me one game?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask one more. Can you win me?
Yes, we'll take this game on Sunday.
So we're not looking big picture. You don't have to beat them 4 out of 5. You just got to win a game.
Right.
Sunday at noon.
Get that first one.
All right, then. Then we'll talk about Wednesday.
Okay.
All right. Martin, have a wonderful weekend. We'll have the 10 o'clock hour TMA coming up. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Let me paint a picture for you out there, St. Louis. You might be driving around right now and your belly's grumbling. You're saying, man, I'm getting hungry. What should I get for lunch? Let me suggest Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, not only because they have delicious hand-breaded chicken strips and potato wedges and outstanding dipping sauces. That's obviously out there. But they also have a great deal with their new Battle Hawks box for just $8.99. You get 4 of those famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, and 2 dipping sauces. And then on top of that, you got a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, meaning tickets are starting at just $14. Now, you've taken care of lunch with some delicious Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, who'll be out to Dotem with us at the end of May. But now you also have a pair of tickets to go cheer on your Battlehawks. You got it all done thanks to Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that CAW is the law.
try. Put on the 2019 WNBA Finals replay. Those ladies are balling, Washington Mystics all the way. Bartender laughed, you're one of a kind. Then flipped him the bird, didn't pay him no mind. Ooh, yeah. Blues gonna get that cup again, baby, it's true. Singing Gloria down Market Avenue. Raise your glass, do a little twist. 2025's a championship kiss.
Shooby Dooby.
You like that?
I like Shooby Dooby. I don't like Market Avenue. It's Market Street, of course.
It's TMA 101 ESPN 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt moves into the dais when Martin Kilcoyne has to go to that onboarding. That usually is about a 3-4 year process.
Mm-hmm.
And we're celebrating our 6 months anniversary here on 101 ESPN, Doug, and there will be a parade down Market Avenue for us.
I just hope Martin gets through it because it's a lot like law school. You know, it's a grind to get through the onboarding. And after, 3 years, some people realize they can't hack it. And they got to drop out, do something else.
Onboarding will put you to the test.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of studying involved.
Joined by Joey Vitale in the 8 o'clock hour. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast on TMA. You can go back and podcast that interview, which also included Joey announcing that he is acquiring some chickens for his backyard, to the delight of the neighbors. As they will be running around, and the hawk will fly down and pick off those chickens. Will the hawk come?
I don't know that a hawk would, but a fox certainly would.
Hawk, you want wingy.
Yeah.
Right, think about
and
that.
I think a raccoon would, and those animals are out there at night.
That's why you keep him in the coop. That's why he's building the coop.
Yeah, you don't want a fox in the hen house.
Precisely.
Jeremy Rutherford writing this on the Blues 7-2 win in Game 3. It may go down as just one win for the Blues, but it was a statement. They are not going along with the foregone conclusion that the favorite Jets will win the series. In their 13th straight win on home ice, the Blues chased Connor Hellebuck with 6 goals on 25 shots. Their power play went 3 for 8, and they had a playoff record 63 hits. In another physical battle, JR was talking about it when he was in studio with us yesterday. That nationally, throughout North America, the Blues Jets kind of considered a foregone conclusion. I don't necessarily think it was thought of as like a sweep situation, like I think people might have thought would happen with the Jets and, or not the Jets, the Devils and the Hurricanes. But maybe people just expecting the 1 to beat the 8 without much thought. The Blues certainly have not performed that way. You've seen a few of these games and a few of these series be laughers. That has not been the case on the Blues side. Last night they created one in their 2 losses. Jordan Binnington says people are going to say what they want. We've had our backs against the wall for the last quarter of the season, so it's a place we're comfortable being, and he certainly is. That guy loves this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. He seems to be at his best when there's the most on the line. And if the Blues continue to score this much, they might need an accountant to keep track of all the goals. And that could be Mark Milton.
Wow.
He could do that for you.
Wow.
He's not just an accountant, but he's also a lawyer, he's the STL tax lawyer, who can help you out if you get in trouble with the IRS. Maybe you didn't file your returns. Maybe you couldn't afford to make the payments, so you just ignored it. And now the IRS is knocking. The godforsaken tax man does not take a day off. That's where Mark Milton comes in. You have unfiled returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, any kind of IRS criminal investigation that you might be facing. Mark Milton is the guy that you need to talk to. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. As for his credentials, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Doesn't get any better than that. And Mark now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. If you have IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming your way at about 10:45, 10:50, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Croup on 101 ESPN.
Doug Vaughn here for Green Envy. How's your lawn looking right about now? It should be looking good. This is a great time to be growing grass with the rain and a little bit of heat that we have. But I still drive around and I see some yards that are just completely overtaken with crabgrass and dandelions. Green Envy can help you with that. You don't want your yard looking bad. It really affects the look of your whole property. Green Envy can take care of all that. They've been in business in St. Louis for over a decade now. They use products that are formulated for our specific Missouri soil types, the weather conditions, and turf types. They do not use the generic, ineffective products that you might buy at one of the big box stores. They know what works right here. Green crabgrass is always a big problem in the St. Louis area with the massive amounts of rain that we get. So crabgrass is something that you cannot let get away from you. Green Envy can step in and get it taken care of. They have a special crabgrass preventer that they use. It's a trade secret that just absolutely works wonders. It has for me for several years now. Their programs have no hidden fees, no contracts. Their website, greenenvylawns.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Knicks defeat the Pistons last night, 118-116. Big bounce-back game for Karl Anthony Towns with a 31-point showing. The Knicks now take a 2-1 series lead. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate. So many different ways to do so. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And Michelob Ultra is the presenting sponsor of the YouTube chat and the Dotem. And Doug, foursomes went on sale just 2 hours ago. And I was just told by executive producer Mike Ryder that 28 foursomes have already been sold for Friday's Dotem.
Oh, gosh.
How do you do? So if you want to play with TMA on Friday, May 30th, you best get to 101ESPN.com stat because the foursomes are going and going quickly. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with TMA. It includes breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra throughout the day, and then dinner with an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. In addition to the 18-hole scramble, 100 West Dental has a closest to the pin competition, and Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast has a long drive competition. I don't know if I'm going to win both. I know I'll win one.
Yeah. Your
You know what
dad
I mean?
can see to that, I think.
He's going to be there on Thursday.
Yeah, well, he'll be there with the measuring tape. Yep, Timmy wins it.
Nice. Thanks, Ed.
But what about this ball that's
Thanks for the
30
show,
yards
Dad.
up there?
Thanks for the career, Dad. Thanks for the trophies too.
He's going to present you a trophy.
That's right.
Okay.
It'll be my Redbird Lane's perfect attendance trophy from 1984, but it doesn't matter. It's
No,
still a
those
trophy.
were nice, yeah. Got to show up to win.
Registration is now open with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. And then on Saturdays, we got the Dotem on Thursday. You can play on Thursday and Friday. You can play Thursday or Friday. On Saturday, throughout the South Side, on Mackland in particular, it'll be Brian McKenna Day, as many people will gather on what I hope is a beautiful day to celebrate Brian McKenna. That is May 31st. Along Mackland. So there it is. That'll be a full weekend of pony shows, and the Blues play the Kings. Is that right? Or they play the Wild that Friday night?
I think they'll be playing the Wild.
They're playing the Wild. Wild beat Vegas, and they beat the Kings, and then they meet with the Blues.
That's right.
First time the 7 and 8 seeds meet to go to the Stanley Cup final. Is that correct?
To play Toronto.
And Toronto is going to be playing the Capitals. I guess that's how it's going to work out. So if you want to bet on all of those, Doug just revealed what's going to happen. I hope that doesn't serve as a spoiler alert in any capacity for
I don't want it
people.
to ruin the playoffs for anyone.
Right.
It's suspense.
Right. But there it is. Yeah. So if you want to sign up for the Dotem, go to 101ESPN.com. Registration now open. If you want to play on Friday, register, sign up the foursome, fill the foursome later. Make sure you can play on Friday now. Plenty of people have said they want to play in the text inbox. So we can connect threesomes with individuals. That's what this show's been doing for 2 decades.
But not in golf. Okay.
Sign up 101ESPN.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the program. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. It has been damn near all Blues all the time, minus Mr. Lick's calling in to let us know that he has salad dressing that he is willing to share with the listeners in his refrigerator. And that was kind of a nice...
That's nice. I have some too, but I haven't even thought about going on the radio and offering to share it with others.
Well, I guess now's your...
Because it's not that hard to acquire, really. It's not terribly expensive. So I guess I'm right there with him.
Wow.
If someone would like some salad dressing,
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
What's your favorite salad dressing, bro?
Vinaigrette, I guess.
Do you count honey mustard as dressing, boy?
Mm-hmm.
You do, Chairman?
I don't know.
Well, if it's like sandwich style honey mustard, I guess there's like a salad dressing kind of honey mustard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind me saying, and if this is Yola,
sure,
then I'll have to deal with it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'll get a blackened chicken salad up at Circle 7, and the dressing I get substituted as honey mustard.
Oh, wow.
I said it. And they're not an advertiser, but I don't get free salads. I'm just telling you that's where I get it. And I say I'll take honey mustard as a dressing as a substitute.
It's truly an honor to be in presence of your boldness.
Yeah, I was wondering if that would come off as like unrelatable.
I think it's brave.
Thank you, Chairman. Dale in Grubville, who sent in his height and weight earlier because he's looking for a date, says Thousand Island bitches.
That sounds about right.
I like a good Catalina.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm.
I had Thousand Island when I was a kid, but I can't eat it now.
What about
years.
on a burger? Sometimes it's special sauce on a burger.
It's good on a burger.
How about that? There's Jackson. I think Steak and Shake does Thousand Island. I think so.
You know who does Thousand Island? Mom's Special, Mom's Deli.
That's right, which is making a glorious return like Jordan wearing the 4-5. It ain't to play games with you. It's to aim you.
I like ranch dressing, light ranch.
You and the rest of the Midwest.
It's very good. I do like ranch dressing.
God, I caught that. What? You're from the Midwest. Do I have to remind you? I know you fancy yourself as a coastal elitist.
And I'm loyal to the soil, but I was there at any weekend night around Pizza Tree in Columbia, Missouri. There would be a bunch of people, all probably Midwest strong, and they'd be eating pizza and just slamming it in ranch dressing.
That's right.
I think that's the blood type of a lot of my fellow Jefferson Countyans.
Ranch dressing.
Mm-hmm.
It is good. It is good.
The Our Lady of Sorrows 7th grade girls bowling team should meet at 1 p.m. Sunday for their matchup against St. Stephen's. Thanks. That's from the Fluffernutters fan page moderator.
Oh, nice.
Some people are using the program as a
Bulletin
grade
board?
school bowling team bulletin board, and that's the Fluffernutters fan page moderator doing so. You can also do so. 314-399-9646. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up on the program. Joey Vitale, a wonderful conversation. Lots of discussion on what took place last night at the Enterprise Center. Sweet mother of mercy. Was that a fun hockey game to watch? The energy in the building, the performance of the team. And I agree with what Martin was talking about before he left for onboarding. I love that FanDuel Sports Midwest showed the replay of Fowler bolting down the ice, kind of like a John Madden telestrator, with the Robert Thomas feed to him for the goal. That was a thing of beauty. What else could you ask for if you were a Blues fan? Now you got a Game 4 right here on 101 ESPN. Sunday, puck drop at noon, pregame show 11 a.m. Listen to 101 ESPN throughout the course of the day for all your Blues playoff coverage. The city believes, Doug, you've believed since, I don't know, February. You said 98% chance they were going to playoffs.
I knew it was coming.
If you want to podcast at all, Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast. Doug, you've worked with Schaefer Door. I've worked with Schaefer Door because I know that Jason Gossrow, and I think the world of him and his company.
Thankfully, I haven't had to do any of the work. They come out and actually do the work. Sometimes it's Jason or a member of his crew. They come out. They've been doing it a long time. They are experts in this. Anytime your garage door gives you trouble, hopefully the name that comes to your mind is Schaefer, Schaefer Door. I'm going to go ahead and spell it now.
Do it.
SCHAEFER. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. Well, let's see if you can spell door and the .com on your own. schaeferdoor.com. They got the quickest response times in town, and they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They also have that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs. Also, the business has multiple family members that have been working there for for many years. Big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with a real person when you call them and have a problem. The service techs are not commission-based, so they won't try to sell you something that you don't need. Again, the website, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
That's the TMA and 101 ESPN podcast sponsor. Hellebuck's trash with any shot over his shoulders. It's from the 314. Blues are certainly trying to go up high where Mama hides the Sibian.
I say peanut butter. Mama hides a peanut butter. You can't hide a Sibian up there.
Flip that off. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up, this is TMA 101 ESPN.
glow. We fight, we claw, we'll never stop. Stanley dreams will reach the top. Jobu's got our back, believe the plot. Blues on fire, yeah, we're red hot.
Look, I think you like this one. I don't think
I
you
don't
love
mind
it.
it. It's kind of toe-tapping.
2010s pop kind of
bit
feel.
delightful.
Tayo Cruz.
Tayo Cruz Dynamite. It's TMA 101 ESPN. How about this stat from Jeremy Rutherford's column? The Blues kept Scheifele and Connor quiet all night with a group effort. Scheifele was -3 with just one shot on goal. Connor was -4 with 2 shots. After being hit by the Blues just once in Game 2, Scheifele was on the receiving end of 7 hits in Game 3, and Jake Neighbors had 9 of the Blues' 63 hits. Human missiles deployed in downtown St. Louis. Hello again, everybody.
Can they keep that up?
Yes.
You think they can keep up that intensity?
I think it's their only way to get past them. And so that is what they will do. And I'll tell you, after seeing what I saw the first couple of games, I'm like, all right, hey, Holloway situation, brutal. Teams deal with it. Thomas might not be right. Brutal timing. Teams deal with it. Parayko came back. God bless him. He's not the same guy before he got hurt in L.A. And I was at peace with death.
With death?
But alas, the phoenix is rising from the ashes in the forms of human missiles being deployed in downtown St. Louis. And, brother, there's going to be another launch Sunday at noon. Are you ready?
Well, are the Jets ready? That's a bigger question. I guess when you see what happened when they played that way, everybody's got to be convinced that we got to do this every game now. It's just a matter if you can physically do it. Because when you hit somebody, it takes something out of you, too, not just the guy you hit.
I thought it was a miss that they didn't clip the Gruden stuff together and put that on the Jumbotron last night.
They didn't?
No, that had me fired up.
Sure.
Be the freaking nightmare.
I thought for sure they were going to do that.
I don't know how far in advance. And you would think you could throw that together and get that mixed in pretty quick. I don't know if they already had their in-game
I live in a
layout.
glass house, and I'm not going to be casting any stones on production pre-show.
Those guys are really good with the Blues. They've really got a great production team.
Yeah. They do. They really do.
Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that is not, not on the payroll. But I've thought that for a number of years. I thought, I don't know what they did last night. I was watching the telecast on my iPad. Internet's still out, by the way, Doug.
Really?
My wife just texted me. I'm starting to get a little banny. But anyway, what they did, hey, buddy, we're here. Remember that from 2019? I'm looking at Jackson as if there's any chance. I shall turn to Doug now.
Okay.
Remember that? They had Bobby Plager. They had Kelly Chase. They had that video leading into 2019's postseason. They played it throughout. Hey, buddy, we're here. Which is text. That's like how Chaser would talk to you.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Oh, yeah. Every video they do is just really professionally done and really nice. Yeah. And they also just kind of get it. They kind of have their hands on the pulse of the team and the fan base.
That has been the organization, even when they were not a playoff team. And I don't know. I hate to give any sliver of credit to generous executive Mike Caruso, but my understanding is he played a key role in what I thought was one of the best moments I've seen in what Doug calls my Hall of Fame career in St. Louis. And that was when they retired Bobby Plager's number. Remember what they did that night?
They lowered Barkley's number down,
to
and
go
so the
up
players
together.
could go up together.
Oh,
yeah, great.
That
touch.
hit you right in there, didn't it, Jeremy?
Right in the feels.
Yeah. But it was perfect. It's just a subtle thing, but you've got to feel for the appreciation for what those names meant to the fan base. And that's an intangible. There's P&Ls, and hey, when it's all said and done, that stuff obviously matters. But there's a way to connect the franchise with the city, and I feel like the Blues have done that, and that's a hell of an accomplishment. So, yes, I share your opinion on the credit that production, that digital staff with the Blues deserves, because they've been doing it for a number of years. It really is outstanding. You're right.
And they do a lot. I mean, there's a lot of videos play over the course of a game, and they're putting out stuff on social media or something. It's quite a little staff they put together there.
I said it before, and I'll say it again, that we're just happy to be here is a loser mentality. Thank God no one in the locker room feels that way. It's that Sharon Clayton passive-aggressively going after me. I've dealt with your type before, sister.
And what do you do to him?
Leave him in the wake.
Oh.
So here's what I do. I give you my honest opinion, and if you don't like it, you're welcome to then use that to target your text my direction. I've been doing it for 2 decades, brother. It's fine with me. If you want somebody to sit here and lie to you about what they think, to blow smoke up, whether it be your pant, your skirt, that's fine. That's fine. But if I think the Jets are going to beat the Blues, I feel like my obligation is to tell you that. And that's what I think. If you don't like it, you're welcome to say I disagree with you, Tim, and then probably incite usually my height, skull shape, that takes a hit. Hairline, certainly, that's been around for a couple decades. I tried Propecia. It worked. It did.
Did it really?
But then I stopped in 2006.
Yeah.
So all of those are fine, but just remember, your hatred gets me closer to that chateau on the Intercoastal in Jupiter, the nicer side of the state. All due respect, Sharon.
Well.
So that's so yeah. I mean, if you want somebody to say, yeah, I think the Blues are going to win, I think the Cardinals are going to win, I think the Battlehawks are going to win, I think the city's going to win, I can do that for you. But you know, deep down, I'm lying to you. Now, if you want that, I can do it. But what I do is I tell you what I think, and you're welcome to disagree and then take personal shots. Where you can do it, 314-399-9646, or the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues win in dominating fashion last night. They'll be back in action on Sunday right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 11 a.m., puck drop at noon, Blues-Jets Game 4. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, do you want it or not? It's up to
I do.
you.
Yes, I do want it. And by wanting it, you're talking about the email?
Designer Heating and Cooling email today.
Okay.
It's coming your way. And BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Then the fast lane from 2 to 6. I'll be locked in on 101 ESPN. When it starts getting going in St. Louis, whether it be the Cardinals, whether it be the Blues, back in the day, I mean, I'm going back a long ways, the Rams, everybody starts getting on board. And everybody starts feeling it. And so it's nice when you have a couple days after a win. It's not as fun to sit around for a couple days after a loss. But, you know, Martin told that anecdote early on in the show today, and you can always go back and podcast the program or watch it on YouTube, about the difference between the way Robert Thomas was walking around on Monday in Winnipeg at the skate and the way he was walking around yesterday in St. Louis before Game 3 in the morning at the skate. So those couple days pay it off.
Yeah, those guys get some miracle medical treatment as well. They got the best in the world treating them. And they're just built different than the rest of us schleppers.
You say us.
Yeah,
stupid.
When you're an alpha male professional athlete, you tend to bounce back a little quicker than the rest of us.
Turn your head, big dog.
You ever do HD2 radio or low-powered AM?
Have you heard
I've
about
done
Tim
both of
battling
that.
through his shoulder issues?
And the Wi-Fi?
Issues, thank you.
Right.
Both shoulders.
And you've been battling for years.
Yep, 2019 for the left one, 2025 for the right one. Look at me.
And these guys get hurt like that and they're playing the next night. Remember when Albert Pujols broke his wrist or something? He was out like 2 weeks.
Remember when Adrian Pearson snapped his ACL and then like 5 or 6 months later was running 80-yard touchdowns at Edward Jones?
That's why I still have hope for Holloway. I think if he had a super serious injury, I think they'd tell us he's out for the year. I don't think Winnipeg's spending a whole lot of time game planning for Holloway in case he might come back. I don't think they're doing that.
I agree with that part. I think that they are hopeful that if they keep going, that he could come back. I don't think they're hopeful, like realistically, they're not going to say it, of course, that he's back for the Winnipeg series. But boy, would I be plenty delighted to be wrong about that.
Yeah. This series, I wouldn't think so because we haven't even heard that he's skating. But I would just think if it's an ACL or something like that, they just say, he's out. He's out for the year.
So you think he's in there for game?
I don't know exactly what game. I'm saying I don't think it's impossible. And I don't think it's impossible that we see him again.
Western Conference Finals, Game 3, the first home game. Isn't that a shame, too, that Minnesota's going to have home ice advantage based on that goal by Jackson's favorite player, Eriksson Ek, with 22 seconds left in their regular season finale? Otherwise, the Blues would have had home ice.
Well, that's not what I was thinking about. I was just raising the possibility that Holloway...
I was just trying to find something negative.
It could possibly be that if they can stay alive long enough, maybe we will see him. I just don't see the upside
I agree with that
in
point.
having a guy completely out saying, well, we don't know. And somebody in town sees him with a cast up to his hip.
No, I think what you're saying is exactly right. Yeah, yes, if he were done, they would say that. I agree with you. The thing about the Stanley Cup playoffs is they go 2 months almost. Right. And so it certainly can become a possibility. Hey, guys, happy Friday. I hope you guys enjoyed the Blues win as much as I did last night. Also, I'm going to celebrate last night's blowout win by the Blues by blowing... Nope.
No. Who was it, Tim?
Scott's wrinkled ball sack. And the ferry's down, he said, up at the Illinois Peninsula.
He started to work blue.
You got more problems than just the ferry being down, fella. You've been suspended 2 days' time. No, it doesn't feel very good. No. It doesn't. It's not designed to. So he'll do a 2-day suspension. I know. My phone is ringing. Doctor's appointment. I know.
What's going on?
My phone is ringing.
An off-air inner monologue going out over there?
Confirming your appointment. Okay, I got it. You don't have to call me.
I actually share your anger about that. Does anybody share my anger about my internet being down for 24 hours?
Yeah, mine was almost out.
How's it almost out?
Well, it went down for a second. I got a red light flashing on my modem, And I was like, oh, no. And I came back 5 minutes later or so.
Just in time for the Pistons Knicks to return from TV timeout?
Yeah, it actually did. I think it was a good break that I missed, so it was fine. But it sucks. Wi-Fi, because everything you have is like Wi-Fi dependent. I'm telling you.
If yours isn't back when you get home, let me know. You can have mine.
Oh, never give up your Wi-Fi, guy.
The Zurich. I want Tim to be able to see the Zurich.
Zurich. Doug, in case if you followed me last week to millions of dollars on Justin Thomas, your winners this week. I hate to do this, but and I gave Jackson the over on the Cubs Diamondbacks last Friday. I mean, just handing out money. I'll do it.
Okay.
Aaron Ryan, Sahith Theegala. If you want to know who wins the Zurich. I hope that's not a spoiler for people, though. Because I know people are planning on watching all 4 rounds.
I won't watch any of it.
It'll be fun to watch
everything else going on.
Shane Lowry.
The Blues, the Cardinals, the draft.
You can always watch the Blues on tape delay while watching the Zurich live.
I'm not going to do that.
If there's no Sahith Theegala fans left in the world, that means I've passed on.
Think about that. Doug's
Because you're a big fan of his?
Huge.
Why?
He just seems like world class.
How do you know?
The video of him reacting to Rory's win was awesome. He was just like me, just so into it. I loved it. He's a good dude.
Okay, then.
A rare Sahith Theegala take, but it is in, and it's been filed, and I'm on him. And Jackson, now you can be on him, too, because they're going to win. Who's your internet provider, Tim? I will wait on hold for you. That's from Bobby Bidwith. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Have you unplugged your router and your modem and plugged it back in?
Yeah, it's just a neighborhood outage. There was a carport that fell on the...
Oh, yeah.
Collapsed carport.
One of the beams
Took
went down.
The entire fiber optic.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Several questions concerning the upcoming Dotem. Yeah, you can sign up for the Dotem, 101ESPN.com. Foursomes on Friday, Doug. Last I checked, this was like 2 hours ago, I talked to Mike Midnight Rider.
Okay.
28 foursomes booked already for Friday. 101ESPN.com. Your son will not be drinking. Can I have his beer? In fact, I will just grab a case to go. And will any other employees be with the dentist at the closest to the pin asking for Joe Ledbetter? Joe Ledbetter was
He's on the grill.
Barbecue.
Right, he's going to be on the grill.
Yeah.
Also, if I play by myself, can I take all 4 shots for every shot? Doug, what's the rule on that at a scramble?
I would say yes. I would say yes, you can. Everyone else gets 4 shots. You should get them.
Okay. Finally, what jersey would you want the local sports figure to be wearing when they change your tire? Thanks. That's from Steve, living next to an empty stadium that fans think is too dangerous to attend games, but about 10 blocks from an arena that is completely full for every game way.
I would say I'd want someone in a Blues jersey changing my tire. A little more blue collar, a little more steel-toed work boots type of guy.
Meat and potatoes.
That's who I'd pick.
Hi, gents. Would love to join you and in van. Hi, gents. Would love to join one of the available Dotem threesomes. I'm a spry, cute, 26-year-old male, high handicap, pure vibes, and I can talk about all things sports-related. I may not win you this prestigious tournament, but I can make sure you have a wonderful time. Although I do not drink booze anymore, I can provide the greenery. Thank you for your consideration. That's from Devin, droid in the Mick Ulch YouTube chat.
Devin, droid in the YouTube chat. Devin. He's new.
People are posting classifieds to get picked up by teams that don't have foursomes but might need a spot.
Oh, is that
and
trolling?
Devin is one of them.
Okay.
Hey, guys, True Lake story. It's where Jackson's going next week.
Yeah.
We pulled the boat up to a well-known lake bar. One of the dock girls came over to help us tie off, and her voice was incredibly hoarse, like gravel and whiskey. You like that, like gravel and whiskey?
I don't mind it, I guess.
Trying to be nice, we offered her a bottle of water. She looks at us deadpan and says, "This is just how my voice sounds now. Boating accident, but I'll take a sandwich." The lake's a strange place, boys. It's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
In the fall of 1992, me, Don Johnson, and Dennis Riggs blew off a municipal bond hearing to write our first big story. We huddled those former television reporters in St. Louis. Don Johnson worked with us at KMOV.
Sure he did, yeah.
He was a delightful gentleman.
He was, yeah.
He was a really good guy. We huddled in our upstairs booth of Duff's in the Central West End.
Don wanted to tell the story of South City's most underrated garbage truck alleys. But me and Riggsy had our hearts set on whistleblowing the rumors we heard of aggressive Army generals developing a special unit of tourism protectors that would guard the arrivals lanes at Lambert. We'd call it Welcome to St. Louis. Unless your ass wants to do a 47-point turn to Kinlock, we suggest you take a lap because you can't idle here while waiting for your loved ones. Doug, that's in reference to the security guards when you land at Lambert.
I've been yelled at many times.
Alas, those stories were never told. Instead, our program director ran 72 hours of live coverage on the great 1992 Forest Park balloon race fiasco when high winds pushed several hot air balloons into oncoming traffic near Kings Highway, disrupting the official closing of Southtown's famous bar department store. Me, Don, and Riggsy haven't spoken since that night, swearing this town wasn't ready for the truth. And look at you now, big media, broadcasting for 4 hours a day on the internet, talking to pregnant dads from Festus, and produced by an 18-year-old boy who hates the balloons, and vacations with his best guy pals named Oatmeal, Knapsack, and Sweet Sweet Guy in the hollers of West Virginia. This town, she gives, but she don't forget. That's from C. Hep.
Who? C. Hep.
Is that a reference to I'm Hep, the public access program?
I don't know.
He used to take live phone calls, and it was bad idea genes.
C. Hep. He's new.
I have a friend's named Knapsack.
I'm still on the fence about attending the Dotem and was hoping you guys could answer a few questions. Like previous years, will the proceeds help keep a local hot dog cart out of bankruptcy? Will we have access to the coveted putting green? And in forthcoming live reads for the Dotem, will this highly sought after warm-up area repeatedly be featured as the main attraction of the whole tournament? Will the big talking mushmouth promise that the winners receive a little something as a prize, even though the champions will actually leave empty-handed? Maybe you guys could bring back that fun little idea where you auction off the ability to play with a TMA host, only to have Jackson try to join as a signed foursome, but the players literally have no idea who he is.
That's tough.
Here's a fun concept. Buy a bunch of pizza for the golfers and watch hefty food thieves waddle away with entire boxes of stolen pie like greedy little hamburglers. If tea time is 10:30 on Thursday morning, I imagine the Oak Valley Pro Shop wet restrooms will be clogged well before 9 a.m. as your listeners create the world's largest Peevely totem pole. I got $20 and somebody finds a horny glass installer's piss-soaked girdle floating near the water slide before the end of the day. The memories. The Dotem, a tradition unlike any other. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
JV Golf Coach.
Sign up at 101ESPN.com for your experience at this year's Dotem, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, including all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and Michelob Ultra. Doug, what you got?
I think it's C. Hep today. I agree. C. Hep.
C. Hep all day.
C. Hep is one!
Congratulations.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Congratulations to C. Hep. Congratulations to me, because I am a James Carlton client and have been for 6 years. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. 314-961-4800. You can call there right now and talk it over with James Carlton and Webster Groves and his staff. They're going to go out of their way to try to save you money. Did your insurance go up year over year? If so, there's a good chance that James and his team can save you money. You will see 423 five-star reviews for James Carlton and his staff when you go and Google them. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Do you have an older child, but that driver is still on your insurance? That's where James Carlton's really saved our listeners a lot of money. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. All right, time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.